you ready?
This is the D-Generation CLIX podcast with your hosts.
Who is Ravage?
Ryan Redman.
The name's Ravage. Gonna be. When you take the dynamite tactics of
Miles Kane.
Hand me that bottle cap. Hand me that paperclip. Grab that twine. Gun wrapper.
Asgard to mouth.
Tell me when I'm telling lies.
And Pete.
'Cause I'm just Pete.
Welcome back to the D-Generation CLIX podcast. I'm your host, Ryan, and I'm just going to talk about myself for the next hour and a half. I'm always right and never wrong. Just kidding, but if that sounds like the premise of a good podcast, I'm sure there's another CLIX podcast out there. Dang it. And with me, as always, are my co-hosts, Miles and Pete. Miles, how was your weekend?
It's okay. You know, back at it, working out of town, so there's a lot of resting and having to do stuff and waste all my money that I made.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah, I hate it.
And what are your qualifications to being on this podcast?
You know, I had to really go down hunker, and I think, first off, like back in 6th grade, I got first place at History Day, which I doubt anybody else in the community has. And that was talking about the Ford. So, I think that's very good. Sophomore year, I won a pie eating contest. That's pretty good as well. I mean, I am also the co-holder of the first ever duos world champions with Pete. That's pretty good. I'm the 2025 Pulp Gauntlet champion.
Solid.
The Gauntlet champion, yeah, that's, there's so many things else. I mean, I actually had to drop out of school because I was moved back and forth between Oregon and California, and so just the grades didn't match up. And so, that qualifies me pretty well to be on a podcast, talk about a lot about nothing.
Sure.
So
what have you really done to earn your spot, though?
Oh, I interviewed Daryl Wooten Jr. on Uncle Miles Tie to Tie with my co-host, Rebgorn.
Oh,
I think that, as well as interviewing the CLIX bats, I think Tied to Tide right there puts me up the upper echelon.
Sure.
I did do a giveaway for a booster brick of Deadpool Weapon X where I showed the cards upside down.
Oh,
I think that also qualifies me.
That does. That is solid.
That was a Facebook Live.
Yes, that's a solid YouTube video right there, is the upside down card reveals.
That's Facebook, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave those away. It was hard reading them, but I was able to wing it.
Right?
So
that's how you stick out. You do unique things, for sure.
Yeah.
Pete, we've been missing you a little bit at CLIX again this month.
Yeah, I got to play the monthly this weekend, and the monthly continues to evolve, and now we were involving audience participation during a critical moment of the game. We won't mention what happened, but I feel like I got sabotaged a little bit. That's okay. Turns out I am not General Matty Grievous. I did miss Monday because we are back in that 1-4 week where my life ends for a week.
And what would you say your qualifications are for being on this podcast? What have you really done to earn your spot?
That's an excellent question. So I really went back through my accomplishments through my life, and I'm going to start way back in 6th grade where I finished second in field day events. Couldn't quite get first, but finished second overall.
That's
and then
good.
There was the time that I won the Brigadier Muriel Strissel Leadership Award at summer camp. It came with a scholarship back to that same summer camp the next year. So that was a very proud moment. I still have a plaque from that. One time in Radio Shack when I worked for them way back in the day, I finished with over $250,000 in sales in 1 year, which is not easy to do when you're selling parts, I would add. So that was a good accomplishment. Then I am one half of the reigning and defending Adepticon Duos champion. But really, to be honest with you, I have no idea how I'm on this podcast week after week.
Oh, I would say you've earned your spot, Pete.
Oh, that's probably the nicest thing you've literally ever said to me.
Yep, and that's going to be the end of that.
We need to clip that then.
Nope. I'm going to actually scrub it from the old episode when I go back and edit.
Well, now I'm sad.
Well, at the Redman household, we kicked it up a notch, and we've been playing Fortnite way too much. The season ends this week, and so there's this rush to collect all these little sprite guys in game and level them up before the season ends on Thursday. So I just need one more, and there's I think like over 100 of these guys, and then grinding to max them all out. So usually I just play with Ollie, but he's already got all the sprites, and he's just trying to max them out, so I can't let him beat me. So I've been on like every night just grinding these solo matches. I actually even played a night with Beetlejuice abuser Caleb. So
that's amazing. It's amazing. Don't let that kid win. Don't let him outgrind you.
No, he's got to earn it. He's got to earn it. But yeah. Guys, do you think I'm qualified to collect all the sprites? I mean, I might not have done enough to earn the title of Sprite Master.
I think you're pretty close. I think you're pretty close to grinding it.
What can I do to like help my qualifications, do you think, to become like the ultimate Sprite Master, get all the sprites and max them out?
I think you need a minimum of 3 white Monster energy drinks a day. I think if you can hold that out for at least 3 months, I think then you can be qualified. But it has to be 3 minimum. 21 a week. How close are you?
Well, usually it's 2 a day, so I'm not that far off.
Oh, yeah. You know, we'll change it. We're dropping it. Qualifications are 14 monsters a week.
Oh, well, I'm covered then. So I guess I'm qualified to collect all the sprites.
I would argue that he has to get to at least 15 monsters a week. We got to make him stretch out a little bit, not 14.
Yeah. You got to drink that one more monster a week to get that one more sprite you need.
That's either a Monday thing or a weekend thing. So I can do that. Deal.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to hear from Kid Chaos about your qualifications as Sprite Master.
Yeah, we'll be hearing from Ollie about sprites later this episode. All right, let's go to the news. We have the CCO Tropical Regionals starting this weekend, August 22nd, and they are running through September 19th. So we'll be covering those results in the upcoming weeks as we get closer to Worlds. Miles, do you want to give us an update on the Pacific Northwest dates and events coming up soon?
Yes, we have the Man Bat Cup on August 29th. Originally, it was no Beetlejuice, but it turns out that it's just not going to be regular modern. Since, I don't know if you heard the news, but Beetlejuice did get banned last week. So that's good news. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. Oh, yeah. And then the week after, we have the Oregon CCO on Saturday. That Friday before, so at the 4th, there's going to be a sealed tournament. And then the next day on the 6th, there will be a 2v2 silver where both you and your partner must use the same theme. It's not theme format, it's just use the same theme. So if you use Cosmic or whatever, your partner has to use Cosmic. If you play X-Men, he has to, etc.
Oh, so you mean it's not like official theme rules, but you still have to have all the same keyword printed?
Yeah, so if you want to do X-Men, you can keyword cheat.
Oh, you can.
As long as you both have. Yeah, it's not theme format. You just need the same themes.
So someone could do printed X-Men and somebody can do like Genesis, Apocalypse, all that. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So, and then the week after that, which is, I believe, the 12th, is going to be the CCO up in Washington as well. So it's going to be a bit of a grind for the Pacific Northwest. I know for sure I can make it to 2. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to go up to Washington again because gas prices out here are insane. Just in gas alone for all 3 events, I'm looking at close to probably $500 in gas.
It's worth it.
I don't know.
Well, you guys are used to 1 event a quarter out there, and you guys are now getting 5 in 1 month.
Yeah, the problem is though, unfortunately, the Eagles are not going to be able to make it to the Seattle event, and usually I stay with baby Eagle Brian, and so unfortunately that's not going to happen for the Washington. So it'd have to be me doing one of my trips where I have to drive 10 hours there and then 10 hours back because I
Where's
don't
the
get a hotel.
dedication from the Eagles?
So, well, there's plans, family camping trip.
Ah,
You know,
okay.
you got to do what you got to do.
I
Yeah.
guess.
I heard that they might be adopting a hawk. So
Okay. We'll keep posted on that then, I guess.
the birds of prey is what the Eagle cast is. Eagle happens to be turned to. The birds of prey.
We also did
And
get...
you know what a bird of prey is, right?
No.
It's Eagle. Me and Aladdin are joining the birds of prey. The Eagles. We are going to drop some heads.
Drunk Iago would be the Scarface equivalent of birds.
Yes, he is. You know, he might even show up at Worlds.
Oh,
There
I
might
hope
be
he
a
does.
drunk Iago.
Oh, please,
Yeah.
please do.
Oh, man. Please do. Yeah. Please do, Iago.
We did get some updated release dates this week as well. Pete, I'm not sure if I'm qualified to read these upcoming release dates. Do you mind letting the listeners know?
Well, I would love to let the listeners know what is upcoming. We have upcoming Hasbro HeroClix Iconics Power Rangers. That is on August 26th. Also on August 26th, do you like X-Men? Well, you can get a HeroClix 400 X-Men 97. On September 2nd, very close to my birthday, we get the DC HeroClix Wonder Woman monthly organized play kit. We also get on September 2nd, also near my birthday, hint, hint, Marvel HeroClix Iconics Giant Size X-Men. September 2nd's a big day, all because it's near my birthday. Marvel HeroClix 400 Hell's Kitchen Table Players Heroes. No, sorry, that's just Hell's Kitchen Heroes. Going to September 16th, past my birthday, but still amazing. Thunderbolts Doom Sorcerer Supreme. Thunderbolts Retail Chase Booster. Thunderbolts Map and Terrain Kit. And then we will get Thunderbolts Booster Brick and the Thunderbolts Release Date Kit with a very cool looking... Is that Baron Zemo with a sword?
Yep, looking extra comfy in that chair.
Oh, chair clicks are back, baby.
I'm pretty excited for this set.
Wait.
And this just in, Beetlejuice is still banned.
One more time, got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah. One more time. One more time, got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate.
All right, let's go ahead and check in with Ollie.
In all this corner, chaos reigns. Kid Chaos leading, playing his games. Rolling those crisps, pure delight. Building our teams, ready to fight.
Hello everyone, today I'm going to do my weekly review on Ollie's Corner of Chaos.
Okay. Why don't we start with the monthly that we just had this last week? So you actually went in as the champion, and
yeah.
you picked Null. So nobody else could play Null, and only you could play Null. How did that play out?
Bad.
Well, I don't know. It was bad.
It was bad, but it was good.
So why don't you tell us some of the highlights?
Okay, so Pete was making me AFK for 5 turns
Okay.
because he had the Ellie Silver Surfer.
Oh, so he could change or take away your protected outwit,
Yeah.
right? So what was
So
he?
he just outwitting my hypersonic outwit. And that generated a Red Hood gang after my Parademon died,
Mm-hmm.
and it exploded on Looper.
Mm-hmm.
So his Ronin ended up taking 2 damage,
Yeah.
which was hilarious.
But out of 7 of us, you were able to go in there. It was hard to decide on who to go after, right?
Yeah. I was going for Looper because he had the easier to kill Silver Surfer, so I can get Pete's obnoxious Silver Surfer out of there.
Because he's got a trait that you KO all the pieces that share a keyword, right?
Oh,
All the
yeah.
opposing ones. So if you could take out Looper's Silver Surfer, that immediately would take out Pete's.
And
you pulled that off, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
After I healed back to full because Snowbird was there, or Warbird was there, and that's why. No!
And so on his way out, Looper destroyed the Bloodstone that was also stopping you from healing. So you went from your last click all the way back to top, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And then it ended up being the top 4 were you and me and Harris and Dan, right?
And then I got destroyed by Harris.
Yep, I saw the writing on the wall, so I did try to prob into a miss, but it did not work. And then I just had some time breakers that were running around, hoping to stay alive. So you were able to do a decent amount of damage, but as the biggest threat, that doesn't always mean that you're going to be the one that walks away champion,
so I
right?
had the biggest threat piece, and that was the biggest threat because I won last month.
Right, so that draws a lot of attention, I think, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. But still pretty good.
So everyone wanted me gone.
All right, and then what kind of team did you build for your weekly?
Ooh, for the weekly, I built a Latveria team, so we couldn't use equipment.
It was a little different of a build,
one-shots.
yeah.
Yes.
So
I played him. I played Doom Supreme from Avenger 60th with the team up card instead of doing Doom Swap. And I played Doctor Doom Supreme from Strange Tales. And I played Atuma,
the new Ellie.
the new Ellie. He was great.
Yeah, you had some pretty good combos.
He is such a big dial for 70 points.
And we played, and what did you do in our game right away?
Oh, so I made a circle or a little square of water terrain, so Atuma could go right in the middle, giant reach 8, and punch someone.
Yep, and you hit me with that, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Tuma was really cool.
And then he got shredded.
He did.
You were not letting that happen to you again.
And then who else was on the team?
And then I had the Namor from Collector's Trove, non-prime, which he was fun.
It was fun. That's good.
And then he has, when an opposing character within 4 squares hits, or use Perplex or Outwit, after his losing roll d6, 5, 6, once per game, turn Namor to click 7 and equip him with a Cosmic Cube from outside of the game, which apparently gets around the rules of no equipment.
Yeah. It was just a one-off event that we did legally, so.
And I didn't really use the Cosmic Cube.
No, it's hard to plan for.
Yeah. So, Namor gets Hypersonic. He has a special attack power, which is Quake Super Strength. When Namor destroys terrain after his illusion, generate a water terrain marker in each square the destroyed terrain last occupied. And then he has 19 defense impervious and 5 damage. Nothing.
Did he get to hit anything big with that day?
No.
Okay. So he has those stats, but he didn't perform.
He did some stuff.
Did he? Okay. But he did not perform like Atuma did.
No.
Okay. Then who else did you play?
I played the Ironheart from Black Panther at 30 points, and a Scarlet Witch from War of the Realms at 30 points. She's a phasing teleport passenger 3, but only carry characters that share a keyword with her, TK and Prob.
Yep, that's a good ad for that team.
And she does on click 5.
So I know you were excited. You built the team all by yourself. I know you were really excited to play it. What draws you to Doom? Because originally we got you the One World Under Doom comics that you really liked, and then finally the Will of Doom and Dungeons of Doom have come, and you have read Will of Doom twice, right?
Yes, I just read it the second time today.
What do you like about Dr. Doom?
Dr. Doom? He's just cool.
Just a cool guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's getting a new movie soon.
He will be in the movie soon, yep. At the end of the year.
That's very exciting.
I bet you're excited.
And how many times he fights the Fantastic Four over and over again.
Yeah, that's one of their main villain is him.
In one of the comics, he teams up with Dormammu.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then he destroys Dormammu after that.
I think he's destroyed a few people. We were talking earlier about Fortnite and the sprites.
Yes.
So I know you've been having fun with that. What would you say your qualifications are for being a sprite catcher?
Very high.
Your qualifications are very high.
Yeah.
Okay, what are they?
I like catching sprites. And I hunt sprites down a lot.
Okay. What else do you want to say about the sprites and Fortnite? Anything else?
Ooh, so my favorite sprite is the Ghost Sprite, which does when you reload your gun, you get invisibility for a certain amount of seconds depending on which level your sprite's at.
Okay.
Or your Ghost Sprite's at.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
And a level 5's for like 6 seconds or something, so I'm just like, you can't see me.
Just like John Cena?
You can see me.
And the season just ended, so now we got the new season, which I
Sad.
know you're excited to play the new season, though, right?
Yes, but
Yeah.
I'm sad that the other sprites went away.
I know, we played a ton.
Yeah, we grinded that season.
All right, Ali, we have one question from Mork also. He says, what is your favorite dinosaur?
A pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl, okay. Now, what would you say are the qualifications of a pterodactyl to be your favorite? Like, what would you say if there was like a Gellosaurus Rex, and he wanted to know what the pterodactyl has done to be your favorite?
I like that it's a flying dinosaur. I like flying dinosaurs.
Okay, that's cool. Flying is cool.
Mhm.
Anything else?
And the Pokemon Aerodactyl is like he is a pterodactyl.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Well, thanks for joining us, Ali. We'll maybe talk to you next week.
Okay,
All right.
bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Oh, we'll take you high, take you low. And now it's gonna feel the flow.
One of the things surrounding the talk about the new silver committee was the updated potential changes to, 300 or floor or no floor. So there are some people that are trialing out different things just to kind of see what the outcome might be. So there was a 6-person online event that ran over the weekend. It was a trial of 400 points and just no floor. And I think it's a pretty good example of why it's not great. So we have, this was Connor Bernardo, Stephen Clark, Jaden DeCosmo, McConnell Lamar, our very own Data Ray Bill, William De Rocheche, and Joe Gutierrez. So coming in first was Connor Bernardo's Cosmic Crew team, and it was 340 modern points, and the only silver points was Butterfly. So it was just Butterfly for 60, Eternity, Clintar with the Avatar Phoenix, Green Man, Green Lantern Ring, Space Ghost with the Utility Belt, Sinestro, the Phoenix, Pog, a Venom Galactus, and then a bunch of one-shots. Why was Ventriloquist on the sideline?
Well, so Ventriloquist will come out as a Butterfly swap and
Yes.
share the 13 attack.
Yeah, okay. So 340 points came in first, and then Stephen Clark, I think, pretty much played his Galactus build with another 100 points, which is a main concern of removing the floor, where now you just have 400 points of modern, with maybe some other stuff sprinkled in, but here is just 400 points. So again, it's Galactus, Eternity, but with Bast, Pegasus, Captain America with the +1 longsword, the Indigo Tribe battery, Ventriloquist with the utility belt, Green Man with the Green Lantern ring, Sinestro, Aim Agent with the cube, Zelma Stanton with the Bloodstone to drop for somebody most likely, Copycat and a Phoenix Pog, and then we're looking at more of the one-shots. So all 400 points were modern there, and he took second. Third place was a Wakanda Hulkbuster team, And then it was a little closer to a regular silver team with 230 modern points. So the Lantern Legacy held Jordan with the Empower and +1 defense and support. 19 defend. John Constantine with the Indigo Tribe Ring. Ace, Prime Captain America from Avengers 60th. That gives your team immobile. He had Mjolnir. And then Legacy Chair Panther with the +1 longsword and a Lucas PJ Scott Bog, and then a bunch of one-shots. So again, that's another thing to think about too, is that your sideline, and this is why I think we talked about this last episode, right? Where sideline also now becomes all moderns for the most part. Even though you have neat silver options, it's still like Hogoth, Burgle, Fellowship, Fortify, Spectral Armor. So you're still just getting a ton of one-shots. And then we had McConnell Lamar, who only did 165 modern points. He played Black Beetle, which we've been talking more about, giving him Incandescence and the Remaker Ring. Doom Annihilating Conqueror with the Power Gem for the Doom swap. Yondu from the Holiday set with Daimonic and Liar Ring. Butterfly Eternity with the Avatar Bast. And a Prime Madame Xanadu with the Ring of TK. So a little bit closer, but he took, what was this, 4th out of 6? So you can see as soon as you start getting away from what we expected to see, then that's where it cut to 1 and 2, 1 and 2, and then last place was 0 and 2.
I think it's worth going over the other two, honestly. I can read them if you want.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Just to give everybody an idea.
Catching up,
yeah.
So go ahead with the other two.
Yeah. So we have Data Ray Bill, William Day, Rocher, Esquire. Trigon Tentpole 1 and 2. He had 400 modern points. Trigon, Mogo, Lucas PJ, Scott, and Raven, and then a bunch of one-shots and Oster. And then the final team that entered the event was Joel, and I'm going to say this is wrong, Gutierrez? Maybe not. Assassin Army. Unfortunately, 0 and 2 for Joe, but he played 215 modern points, so closest to silver. He had the new Deathstroke with the God Killer Sword, Gore the God Butcher with Nightbringer Remaker, Deadshot with the Time Gem, Prime Talon, always great on Assassins, Avatar of Animal Man, Calendar Man with the Money Bag, Green Man, Spin, Nova Corman, the Phoenix, and Lucas PJ and Scott. And then his sideline was Amanda Waller, Animal Man, a bunch of the Trouble Alerts, and Mimic.
See, and to me, this looks like the most fun silver team, right? And it just does not stand a chance when you can pack your team full of all modern pieces.
Well, him or McConnell's. I mean, because that's silver, right?
Yes.
It's good for people to play it and show the public what we believe to be a problem, and that's removing the floor from silver. They did do the map menu, which is good because I guess that's going to be a thing going forward. But there's nothing about this that says to me this isn't just modern plus 100 points.
No, the map menu I think actually makes it worse. Because the one thing about silver, so especially with some of the silver game elements with their high range, and obviously we have modern ones like with Eternity, like with like if you look at that Wakanda Hulkbuster team, for instance, if they're able to use a big map and if they played against the Eternity team, it would be a little bit harder for the Eternity team to actually get to them to allow them for more protection as going second. Because Eternity can't place them because of the prime cap. And I know, well, let's just slow down games. No, it's not. It's the data does not show that. Whenever you look at and complain about like these teams with tons of free actions, the majority of them, they either get wiped or their opponent gets wiped. And so it's a phantom worry a lot of the times where the big concern is the players that stall are going to stall regardless of reaction. It's not a lot of players, but that's where it is. It has nothing to do with the size of the map.
Yeah, that's exactly true. I'm never thinking, all right, guy, you got to, choose your sidestep or choose what to perplex. It's, what are you going to do? You got to just do something. And it's never just worrying about what the free actions are doing or going into. It's just they're not making a decision, period, about even making their first costed action. So if you're going to play slow, you're going to play slow. It has nothing to do with the amounts of free actions.
No. Yeah, taking back turns. I didn't make an attack. Can I take these 3 actions back? I placed them all wrong. That's where sorry, that happens in competitive a few times. It's not normal, but that's the biggest problem. And it has nothing to do with free actions. It's less about free actions, and it's more about you just make sure to call a judge to let them know, hey, you need to pick it up.
Right. Pete, what were you going to say?
I do like that Stephen Clark just takes Galcatus everywhere. I just imagine him going to the grocery store and he gets his cart and just sets Galcatus in the child seat and buckles him in. And he's like,
That's what
all
he
right,
does.
buddy,
Yeah.
what are we doing here today?
He's got a car seat in the car.
What I imagine it is like in high school, you have the girls, they were like learning how to be parents, whatever that they don't do that class anymore, obviously, but where they made you take care of a baby.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just Galactus for him. So yeah, he takes him and he gets some kids meals. He goes on roller coasters at a local fair. Yeah, it's with him all the time.
Take him to Denny's and get a nice little baby seat with chocolate chip pancakes.
We're going down. We're going
kids eat for free
now.
No, what's yours?
Yeah, kids eat for free. No,
we had to do this with a partner, and it was a sack of flour, and so anybody that didn't return their sack of flour intact by the end of the week, and you had to take it everywhere, like got their grades marked down. And so then, of course, because we're high schoolers and we're assholes, people were like trying to put pen holes and like pencil marks in people's flour bags to affect the grades and steal them and stuff. It got pretty aggressive.
It's a little dark
towards the end of the week. Oh yeah. Yeah, because your grade, it was like tiered, like the person that had the best care of the sack of flour got the A, and then it went down, and so it just became a contact sport at some point. It was not that. I think that was the one year they tried it, and they never did it again, because they were like, this did not go the way we thought it would go.
Yeah, no, we had it sort of similar like that, and that's when it became where only the girls were able to take care of the baby. Because the last thing you need is like a 15 or 16-year-old boy that's supposed to be taking care of a baby. Sorry, that's not going to go over well.
So Pete, is it more like competitive?
Luckily, there was no YouTube back then or TikTok. Just imagine that class and TikTok is available. The videos that you would see, the new TikTok challenges of you and your class baby.
You just don't upload it until after the class.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm proud of all the things that happened during that week for people, but they were definitely sacks of flour that got launched across homeworks and stuff because somebody left it unattended. Oh, yeah, that was a weird time. High school is weird, but we survived it. Yep. So,
all right, let's get into our main segment of this episode. We're going to be talking about modern.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
We did forget to actually talk about the map menu when we were talking about worlds. So, Miles, do you want to read this? Because unfortunately, I don't know if I'm qualified to read the map menu.
So it's not that I don't know that if I'm qualified. I know that I'm not qualified. So I would prefer not to, because as someone that's not qualified, I don't really feel that I should really be talking about it. I've never caused a disservice to people.
Sure. So I guess, Pete, you're probably the only one that is qualified, right?
I am glad that you guys finally recognize my value here. As the royal knower of great maps, I am, of course, qualified to talk about the map menu. So I'll give it to you here. In Modern, we have the map menu. The map menu for 2026 HeroClix World Championship will consist of the following maps. From the Rock, you got Bluebell Town Square. You could have got that from HeroClix for Huntington's. Syndicate's Ascent. That's available for sale on GameHead.com. 1000 Ocean Voyager, also from GameHead.com. Spider-Verse gave you Alchemics. That was a play at home kit map. The Tangle, that was release day. Hope you were there. Or hope you have an eBay account. DC Starter 2026 Big Belly Burger. Marvel Starter 2026 X Jet Hanger. DC Starter 2025 Cord Industry Lot. Marvel Starter 2025 The Annex. Venom. Island Prison release day. Clintar, also release day. Back to eBay we go. Fight for Gotham City, Blackgate Prison release day. the Batcave release day, the Clock Tower from the Map and Terrain Kit, and finally Dockside Amusement Park from the Map and Terrain Kit. Now, as the official knower of great maps, I will tell you these are good maps, but not great maps. But here we are.
So my biggest issue here with this map menu is how limited it really is. So you have one map that you can't even buy anymore, period, which, to be fair, this is the 5th year now that you can only purchase this map for 1 or 2 months in April. So I don't understand why people are, it's April and May. So I don't understand why people are still surprised when the Scott Porter map is not available at all. I mean, this has happened for 5 years in a row. So if you're going to want this map, purchase it in April or May. It's only like $30.
If only we could figure out this pattern, and the $30 goes to charity. Why do they hide it from us so hard?
I mean, Justin Timberlake literally sings about it. He tells you, if you want to get the Scott Porter map, it's going to be May. Like, that's the only time you can buy it.
That is. And April. It's going to be April, too.
Going to be April and May. May and April?
Yeah. Mapril.
Yes, Mapril. It's going to be Mapril.
April.
They did make the Syndicate's Ascent and Thousand Ocean Voyager maps buyable. So I think they're probably like $35 maybe.
They're 35. Yeah, and then with shipping, it's about 40. But that's.
But Syndicate's Ascent is what you need to know.
Yeah, you better have it, or you better be able to know what it looks like.
So the cool thing about it, though, this is what's interesting, is that you don't need the Syndicate's Ascent. If you're going first, you just got to practice on it, because your opponent's going to put you on it.
That's true. You still need to know.
That's what you do. You bring paper maps to Worlds, and you let them know we're playing a paper map. I mean, I might even dress up as Bastion Booger. For all those that don't know Bastion Booger, he's a great wrestler. And I might just go and say, hey, we're going to take a trip to the Batcave, and just put him on Batcave. That was Bastion Booger's finisher, by the way. So, to all you laymen's out there.
I don't know if he was a great wrestler, but he was a wrestler.
Oh, Mike Shaw was great. Not as Booger, but I will, yeah.
I don't disagree with that. Thousand Ocean Voyager is really a cool map and one of my favorites.
Yeah, but you have to talk like a pirate.
Well, 100%. Midway through. Yeah, you sure want a place there, matey?
Yeah. And you say, what's a pirate's favorite letter? And see, everyone's gonna say R, and you go, no, 'tis the sea.
Yar.
Yar.
All right, moving on to the rest of this.
But you know what every pirate needs, though?
God damn it, Miles.
It's a parrot. It's Santiago. We're leaving Aladdin to go sailing on the ocean.
I have a pirate joke. Can I tell it?
Yeah, sure. What's stopping you?
So, a pirate walks into a bar, and the bartender says, "Hey, what's with the steering wheel down the front of your pants?" And the pirate says, "Yar, it's driving me nuts." Yar.
Stupid. All right, moving on to the rest of the map menu. We have only 2 maps from Spider-Verse. One is the Play at Home kit, and then the other one you had to be at the release day or get it on eBay. And then it's 1 map per starter kit. So the DC starter kit and Marvel starter kits from both 2025 and 2026, you have to actually go out and get those just to have those maps. And you only get 1 that way. Venom, only 2 maps, and they are both on the release day map. So you had to, again, have gone to your local or even have a local venue to play at to get these maps or purchase them on eBay. And then with Fight for Gotham, it's all 4 maps. So 2 of them, again, you have to have played in a release day or gone and found them online. And then the other 2 are in the map and terrain kit. So I keep seeing the complaints where, the locals just don't have a good selection of what's on these map menus. So I do not think it's good.
No.
I like the public to know when I'm on eBay. I'm actually looking for a Fight for Gotham release day map kit right now because I did not win one.
At least make all the Play at Home kits or release day, both map menus. So if you look at this year alone, Massive Time isn't even allowed to be used.
A bunch aren't. We
One of
don't
those maps is
have-
my go-to maps. Like, and that's like, really? It's
There was Masters of Time. There is Lantern Legacy is completely off this.
Black Panther.
Smash and Destroy, Black Panther, Strange Tales,
Collector's Trove.
What's the number of maps available versus in this this menu?
I want it, so including those 3, I want to say there's 50. It was like 47 or 48, I believe, without the 3 neoprene.
So if you're going to do this, like, you really just need to make all the starters, both maps, available the whole time, right?
I just don't understand what the real point of this is, to limit your options.
Well, it just hurts second player. Like, that's the entire problem, and that's why I brought that up with the Syndicate Ascent, is that your opponent's going to put you on it. You might as well just practice, like print a picture out and practice on it, because you're not going to put your opponent on it. You know, your opponent might put you on it. Yeah, it helps first player tremendously.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the thing about having that many maps is that there's a lot of maps that people haven't played on that can help someone, because everyone just goes. So all this does is just shrink the amount of maps, and then you're going to see the same 3 maps. We saw this with the last map menu, and we called it. We have Vibranium Mines. It was
X-Mansion.
X-Mansion, and then Island Prison was one of them. Big Belly Burger. Like, when you look at them, like, that's all you're doing, is that by limiting these maps, you're not going to see the same maps even more.
Mm-hmm.
Going second is hard, like, already. You can build a team to go second, but unfortunately, like, some of those teams like require certain maps. It's like, okay, if I'm going second, I'm putting myself on this map because I know that people really aren't comfortable playing on this map. Well, now those maps don't exist.
Well, you only have one in this map menu, and that's Syndicate's Ascent.
Yeah,
I see. That's the thing that I don't like, because, like you said, like what Redmond said, he's like, oh, don't put me on a paper map. That's exactly why you put people on paper maps. They don't want to be put on paper maps.
I've seen plenty of people that say that they prefer paper maps. Sorry, I should say many,
it's the same either way, but there's just so many playable maps, and especially for Worlds, to have less than half of the available maps in your World Championship is weird.
I'm not sure if
and that's not even bringing up the silver, how it makes silver just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, that's something to talk about when we start getting into silver before Worlds. I don't know how the like licensing and stuff works, but would you guys, if there was like an option to buy these as neoprenes, would you guys do that?
Yeah.
Like, even if it was just off, I guess their website or something. I don't know how they would even do that.
I would
certain ones for sure.
Like,
but wouldn't that make this
the one bad thing about paper maps is that they get destroyed if you use them regularly, they get destroyed. Even so, it doesn't matter.
Right. Even if you play the release day ones, the ones that you play with, they're all marked and bent day one. So now you travel with them. Bend. Yeah. You can't fold them always the same way. They tear.
Yeah. I agree with that 100%. Like, paper maps don't hold up, but if you're going to do things like but say, okay, release day maps are going to be, then you need to make those available to everybody. At least if you buy a play at home kit or a map and terrain kit or the starter set, at least you have maps that you can play competitively in events leading up to Worlds. But if you missed the release day stuff, that should be available to at least be purchased even as a paper option, and certainly more preferred as a neoprene option, because they just survive the wear and tear of people throwing metal dice and dice cups at your map the whole day.
Well, I also don't even have the option to even play for a release day map. I'm not driving 300 miles on a Wednesday.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, some people don't even have like a reasonable venue close enough to go to it. So if you X out the rock maps and the release day maps, that leaves you 1 play at home, 4 starters, and 2 map and terrains. So you're looking at 7 maps that are going to be available at Worlds, if that's the case. And not everybody can afford to buy every single map and terrain kit, right? So let's say people skipped out on, the 2 that they have here. It's only Spider-Man and Fight for Gotham. So let's say people just didn't pick those up and they picked up every other one. Again, what are you like? It is incredibly limited.
Yeah.
Or in my case, you go to release day and you pull your rares and you take your beating and then you leave without a map because there's more people at a release day than there were maps. True story.
Which happens actually, I think, pretty frequently, right? At both release and pre-release. Those are the biggest
beating?
draws.
Yes.
Well, yeah, that too.
During sealed? Yeah. All the above.
Yeah, the figures, when they complain about like the figures are pay to win, like whatever, like they can say what they want. The entire problem I have with maps that you need to let every map be used. There's no reason for map menu. It's not helping first player. Like if you think it is, you're insane. That's because second players puts them on that map. So that's on second player.
Which they don't have good options.
No.
Well, they have one good option in a pirate ship.
Yes.
Which is amazing.
Well, I mean, we can't forget about the Tangle. The Tangle is the Tangle.
I do like the Tangle, but it's a little bit of a headache for some people. But I know
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of it, and other people are too. So I think that'll be one of the top 3 maps. If you had to guess the top 3 maps, what would you say? Obviously, Syndicate's Ascent is going to be number 1.
Yeah, that's going to be Tangle, I think, is going to be up there. And then realistically, depending on your team, I could see it being the Batcave or like Island Prison. Honestly, I think those 2 have some reasons to play both.
On average, though, what do you think is going to be the
Island
most
Prison.
common third? Island Prison?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that. I think it's Syndicate's Ascent, the Tangle, and Island Prison.
So that's the one map from. So when you look at the other map menu, that's the one map that's coming over from the other map menu, and that was one of the top 3 maps. I don't see it being replaced by any map that was added, unless you potentially add I think someone put the pirate ship map on it instead. But I think overall, I think the Island Prison will be the third most. I think that's going to be on most build sheets.
I could see.
Yeah, I think looking at Blackgate Prison too.
That one I can see. I played on that one quite a few times on the release day. I can see that one being up there. Island Prison for sure. Big Belly Burger. I think I remember seeing a decent amount of people playing Cord Industries also when we were looking through the Origins maps.
So yeah, and that's an interesting map because it's very open. I don't even think the printed map actually has that as indoor. I think that's actually a misprint that should have. I don't know. I can't confirm because I don't have the map with me. But I've been hearing that some people say that the indoor part isn't marked as indoor.
Oh, really?
For the Cord Industry or the Big Belly Burger.
I would have to look at mine.
The Cord Industries is pretty close to the late great Monster Island. So
great, whatever.
Well, I mean that. Just saying. As a lighthouse.
All right, let's move on to the actual pieces. So obviously the watch list that we got is going to be some of the highest played stuff. So first, Hadari Yao. Pete, are you playing her?
85%. I always allow that 15% for panic builds.
And we've looked at definitely a ton of different builds and stuff to put on her, and there's a couple of things to take into consideration, but you're looking at universal weapon, destroyer armor, and what was the third most common other option? I could have sworn there was another one.
There's destroyer armor,
Man.
Universal weapon. I would say Animal Man would be the third. Very few times she's played with that, but I think that's one of the best ones.
So as far as range game coming back, she's one of the top pieces. However, she does have the mystical keyword, which we will get into later, which makes her a huge target for outwit and takes away her safeguard outwit. So I guess why don't we just talk about that real quick, because that's going to probably affect a ton of what we are going to talk about. So the number one thing going into Worlds is going to probably be Ace and the Orb of Agamotto. So the Orb of Agamotto says that you can perplex, prob, and outwit without needing Ranger line of fire if they are equipped or have the mystical keyword, correct?
Correct.
So I think with this and some of the stuff that we've seen in Fight for Gotham City, it seems like they want more answers for people just equipping their whole team. You have Vault Booster Catwoman, Legacy Batman and Catwoman, and then there's other one-shots that can deal with it now, like the Burgle one-shot. That's a huge play right there. Telling her she can't use her Destroyer Armor or Universal Weapon for a turn is a big deal, potentially.
Yeah.
So, and then with the Orb, the other big play that everyone is pretty much mentioning right now is playing the Legacy Ace. She's shot up to over $100 now. I haven't checked recently. The last one I think sold for
125.
125 now. Okay, last time I checked was 110. Yeah. So you have the ability to
don't forget Hogarth. She cranked. Yeah, that's
yes.
Another reason why.
So she's going to. She's going to be able to outwit. If you're equipped or have the mystical keyword, she can outwit you. She doesn't care about safeguard or protected outwit. And Hogarth lets her do it twice. And she's going to shut off any of your outwit. So even if you have the orb, if you do not have your own ace, then they will be outwitting you from across the map if you're equipped or have the mystical keyword. So is that a reason right there to not even play Hadari? Or do you have to play her unthemed with ace?
It's right now. It's like go first, but yeah, it's tough. I don't want to say that it's not a reason to play her, but it's tough.
What do you play her with then? Do you just you have to equip her, but that also then she's got mystical keyword, so even Pete giving
you have to play her with
man,
Ace,
right? So you
have
to
play her
with
Ace.
Right?
Yeah,
you have to play her off theme with Ace. I don't know if there's a way to cheat them together. Off the top of my head, I can't think of one.
No.
Okay. So you
there is. You play the alternate card Cyclops and make Ace X-Men.
That's true.
Yes. Yeah. So that way, but see, that's also good too, because now you bring in Morph and Abscissa, so now they can't kill Ace.
Yeah, it's not bad. So now you can equip your Hadari Yao.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Well, you could, even if you didn't equip her, she still has mystical. Yeah.
Well, so the first couple of turns, you're going to try to get over and kill their ace, so your ace does something. If not, they're both just sitting there.
Yeah, and that's why I brought the X-Men thing.
And TK.
Maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something there, because now it's like they're going to have to like take multiple turns to kill Ace, because now you have Morph and Abscissa.
And then, are they really going to put that much work into it? Because you can assume that a ton of teams are going to be putting 60 or 70 points into either Ace and Orb or Ace, Orb, and Hogarth. So you're pretty much just matching their 50, 60, 70 points as well. So you're not exactly down just for having her on your team, and Hadari can just go do work. And you still have the ability to use Morph and Abscissa on Hadari too, if they can't even get to Ace. Yeah. You're still playing her. So
and that's
Bolas, right?
You have to. But I think that honestly makes it interesting, because you can't oversell to try and kill Ace now, because with her being X-Men, and I realize that you're playing I think the Cyclops is 50 points if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I realize that you're forced to play a Cyclops, but like the amount of survivability you give Ace means that now she's protected, because they can't be like, oh crap, we need to kill Ace, because now it's like, okay, well, Yao's just going to hit you for 3 damage full flip.
Right. Are you really going to run across the map and ignore Hadari Yao?
So really, the 50 points for Cyclops is worth it for how many, because you're able to save her several times.
And it's probably worth even going over him. I remember him not being bad. He had like Pensai, he had marksman keyword, right? He was solid for his 50 points, which we don't usually see in keyword shooting pieces.
No, and usually like in modern, like, man, I'm just not going to pay that for him. But I mean, so he got.
He's so when establishing theme teams, you may choose a friendly character to gain the X-Men keyword. This game, that character has the X-Men team ability, and then he's got 6 clicks for 50 points and improved targeting through blocking, which is good. Above average range at 5 range. He's an 8 running shot, 11 with the special attack power, which is Pensai, and when Cyclops or an adjacent friendly character with the X-Men keyword attacks characters with Colossal or the Robot or Sentinel keywords, they can't use Stop. So who's that going to help?
So that's actually very important because so if you have like someone else that isn't Yao, you're going to there's the 25-point Sinestro 2x2. His stop click is protected pulse wave. So -2 attack if you're less points. So now you can pulse wave that or whatever, and that gets shut off.
Well, you'd be adjacent. If, like, you have to be adjacent to Cyclops though when you're doing that, and that would turn that off though, so you wouldn't get that. Cyclops,
well, it might be worth it.
Cyclops would have to make the attack, but it's a 3 Pensai. It's your leadership, and he also has marksman keyword, so you're able to get the trick arrows on him for free, and they're still good.
Free, yeah. Trick arrows are really insane. So he can use the trick arrows for into metal. So I do. I mean, I'm trying to think of like what Colossals right now. What other Colossals do we have? Like that's prevalent.
You're seeing
Tri-Sentinel.
That's
you stop
Impervious, clicks, right?
But yeah, that's the Impervious. So and then what other Colossals? Was the Red Dragon Colossal, or is that just a giant?
I think he's a Colossal, isn't he?
And that's very important because he does have a stop click. The Jurassic Leagues.
Some of them do. Aquanix, which we don't see a ton of.
Yeah.
He's a Colossal. He's great at 100 points, so being able to turn that off.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of Colossals that are even just, just Colossals, period. They're seeing play. I mean, I don't know, but he's still worth that 50 points because you're going to be able to have Ace survive.
Yeah.
Like, you can do it with Prime Cable if you want. So if you didn't want to do the Yao. But
yeah, that's a big
either way, I mean, turning Ace into an X-Men. Points. And then she's now what? It's now 115 points of your build. But, I mean, for what she can do, and now you're deterring people from trying to KO her because they can't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
I think it's more like 100. I think it's 165 because I think if you're going to do that, it's Ace, it's Cyclops, it's Morph, Epsis on the sideline, Hogoth, and the
team builds itself pretty quick.
But that's still 165 great points. You can still go Prime Cable or Yao, depending on what you like.
Yeah, if you do Yao, then you're at 275.
Yeah.
And so you still have 25 points. I mean, there's a Phoenix Pog. There's just so much more that you can do. But, I mean, Ace, yeah, I think that going theme with Yao, like that might be, someone listening might do it. Someone here might try it. I don't know. But that's the one thing she does. She does die easily. So. And that fixes that problem.
I like her a lot with the universal weapon. I think she's most qualified to use the universal weapon, I would say.
Yeah.
But like Pete said, she's got reasons to be, qualified to use Animal Man. I think she also, has the qualifications to use Destroyer Armor too. All good options.
No, Destroyer Armor, I don't think she has the qualifications to use Destroyer Armor. She's not Asgardian, and she's not Thor adjacent. You can argue with Universal Weapon because she is a goddess. So, okay. You can go with that. Universal Weapon's a cosmic, so, okay, we can go with that. But I don't think she's qualified with the Asgardian Armor. In fact,
Storm
I think that everyone that plays her, She does not have the Asgardian keyword.
This one doesn't, but
Is that
Storm
like
has in
getting?
the past.
Is that like getting your CDL license? Like you have to like pass a different test to use the Asgardian
Yeah,
keyword?
and
Yeah.
she's a Class A right now.
Okay. All
You
right.
can go with Class B to allow the universal weapon because she is cosmic. So I'll give her that.
Let's continue our pulse wave talk with Cable. So Cable does not have the mystical keyword, so we can do what we just talked about and save a couple points. Cable does go down a lot faster than Hadari, though, so she's easily worth those extra 40 points. You can do the same little
So
combo
with
that we talked
Cable too,
about.
though,
You want Sinister.
yeah, and so with Cable though, you're giving him the universal weapon. He is now fodder for the orb.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So do you again, do you have
So
to play Ace and do unthemed, or do you do the...
I think Cable unthemed is going to be better because, like you said, you have to get Sinister in there.
You can still play the Hellfire Gala one that has X-Men. 10 points less
Yeah,
than...
still
I
45
like the
points.
Chase better, but
Or
yeah.
yeah, it's but even then, I guess maybe because what that would be 110 points. So I guess the Gala, Sinister, and you could do the same team. It'd be Gala, Sinister, and Cable with universal weapon. And the interesting thing there too is that now Sinister gives you another way to protect Ace. So I mean, maybe you do the same trick
Yeah,
because
actually.
they're the same cost.
Mm-hmm. And then I think you have to play him with a Mr. Sinister, but the odds of coming across another Cable or a Prime Rogue or a Hadari Yao is pretty good, or even Eternity, because he needs to either be on the team of a friendly Mr. Sinister or against an opposing X-Men keyword. So that's the downside of playing Eternity, which there's
Yeah.
not much, but even just having Eternity will allow you to, if your opponent has them, will allow you to get that free running shot off with Cable.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Copycat doesn't have the X-Men keyword.
She does not.
It's only
She's X-Force, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
With those two big pulse waivers, do you think that the Ravencroft one shot to give Battle Fury is a must play? Both, even if you're not playing them, or if you are, because you don't want.
So yeah,
to get
so that's where it's tough. Yeah, you don't want to, but at the same time, like if you play it and you're going against something, this is where the unthemed might be better because if you're playing the Pulse Wave team with Ravencroft, I feel like Share Panther is almost required because you're going to be going against a Share Panther that's going to say no. So, and they're going to use theirs.
A lot of 10.1 shots don't feel good to actually use, but I feel like this one has always been worth it every time I've used it.
Oh, yeah. I think this is one of the ones like it's like finally I'm surprised they didn't do it 5 points, and you see what other ones you get for 5.
Is there another 10.1 that is even close to as useful in the moment? I think even like Shield of the Seraphim is 10 points. That one does not feel good to flip, even though it's really good and it can easily save your piece for a turn. It doesn't feel good to flip that for 10 points. Then they just stop attacking that piece usually.
Maybe Mind Gem.
That can be a big play, yeah, if it comes out. I've seen that be misplayed many times, though. What are your other big counters for the pulse waivers?
Well,
Lucas, PJ,
the
and
big
Scott.
counter is on this list.
You're talking about Mysterio?
Yes.
So let's go into the Sinister Syndicate stuff. So only Mysterio got on the watch list was really surprising. I think Sandman earned that spot more than Mysterio, but if you eventually get rid of Sandman, I think Sinister Syndicate kind of falls apart, so that's probably why.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Miles, do you want to explain the interaction?
Yeah, so Mysterio has a damage power. It's very important that it is a damage power because you're going to use PJ Scott Lucas Pog. It's a damage power that says that a Opposing characters within range of a friendly character named Mysterio cannot use improved targeting abilities. So if you have a PJ Scott Lucas adjacent to a Mysterio, even if they're not within no Mysterio goons on the map, if they're within range of that Mysterio, they can't use improved targeting. They can still use their powers. They can't use improved targeting adjacent, improved targeting characters, like any of that. So it's a decent defense, especially if you make sure that that they're going to have to be adjacent to someone. Like you can tie them up with a 15-point Mysterio goon with plasticity. They can't just pulse wave out of that. You're like, sorry, you can't use improved targeting adjacent, so you can't even pulse wave. Period. You can't even take the action.
Now, he's also got the scientist keyword, which we've seen pick up a lot of good pieces in the last couple sets. And I think we've gone over a couple of them recently too. But if you don't want to play the prime ventriloquist, he has the Sinister Syndicate team ability and a 12 attack up top. Do you think it's worth even putting the Serpent Crown on him? And you can easily throw up a Mysterio goon and then swap him. He's one of the pieces that I think was
triple target, right?
He's triple target mind control. It's only a 4 range, but if you get that Mysterio goon up there, it's just a free swap their squares.
Yeah,
and then you can that could be devastating. So I think he was one of the
definitely stopped him.
Yes, this was exactly what I was going to say. He was one of the characters I think that was freed the most, which is maybe another reason why he got onto this list. He's got the ability to make goons, and then they have the ability to poison, and then he's got the free swap, and the potential's there for a lot of stuff, and his keywords are good. That 12 attack is huge. He's also got prob.
Well, the interesting thing too is that he doesn't just stop like the pulse wave team. Like, so even if you go second, you can generate your Mysterio goon. If you get them within range of Eternity, Eternity cannot use improved targeting to shoot through walls or anything.
They'd have to shoot the goon.
So they're gonna have to shoot the goon, and which you can just bring back another goon. So, I mean, yeah, you're giving him 15 points, but yeah, Mysterio, I think, is someone that actually has potential to really. I think he's more than fringe. I think just him, like by himself, like I said, he's given a 12 attack. Like, even if you're going second on whatever map, if you can get the goons out there, you can stop them. You can perplex up a goon's range if you want to make sure that Eternity can't use improved targeting.
Yeah,
it's not within line of fire; it's just within range.
Right, and then the goons are 3.
That's very important.
Base.
Yeah, it's very important. Is like just because that's gonna throw off a lot of the what's it called Eternity stuff. Like, yeah, he'll be able to free place him, but that's why you gotta make sure he's just even closer. Because usually there's gonna be trying to attack from across the map, and now you're not able to. So especially if you go aggressive with more than one Mysterio gun.
And that's only 50 points. I do like him with the what is it, the Serpent Crown that I mentioned too.
Yeah, and with the Serpent Crown, he's pretty much 15 points when you think about it when you're building with him, because he has the potential to bring out 3 goons that are 45.
Oh, right, yeah.
So you're paying 15 points essentially for him, and then you're getting the goons.
I like the combo, and Sinister Syndicate, again, it was totally freed by getting rid of Juice, and Scientist is going to be huge now, because again, they usually have a lot of cool interacting powers that you have to take a free to be able to use.
Yep.
All right, what about Reverse Flash? I think that one's on the watch list as well. So he was still seeing a ton of play even with Juice. He was really only affected by not being able to flurry as free instead of just make an attack during hypersonic. He isn't as dumb as he was when Black Flash worked the way that it originally did, where you can Bloodstone and do the extra damage, because people were most likely pairing him most recently with the chain to give him the 3 bolts and then flurry.
Yeah, so he's dealing 6 damage to everyone. Yeah.
So
to 3 targets, yeah.
I don't think there's. I mean, what do you do here?
He's just
slowed by symbiote surface with the improved targeting, or sorry, improved movement.
he's just like, I hate to say it, he's just good for his points. Like, he's just one of those primes that you put on your team because of what they do for their points. Like, he is so efficient for 40 points.
And he's commonly put on the past Avengers too, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's hard. I don't think you can find a better attacker for his points. Period.
No,
Even
not
if
for
he's taking up
40.
your prime slot. Even when you look at primes, like, the only prime that you could say is a better attacker is Rogue. Like, overall.
Mm-hmm.
Cable's good for his range. Like, just overall, like, as attackers, Rogue is also more than double his points. But, like, when you look at primes, like, that's just how efficient he is for 40 points.
And he's an easy outwit, I guess, but he still has super senses, shape change, and prob. So that's a prob and 2 rollouts. So you need to really be able to outwit him. So are you potentially not equipping him, or are you going unthemed with Ace?
I mean, you can go unthemed with Ace.
And is he a piece that's good enough, and with the current meta, you just don't equip him?
Well,
And then
or you
it's not
give him
even an
Animal
issue?
Man.
I feel like that's a
Like,
waste
'cause
of
that's what.
Animal Man, though, right?
No, so even with Juice, like, before the Black Flash, like, it was Animal Man on him. Like, that was a lot of people were building with Animal Man on him. I don't really think it's a waste.
I saw
Putting
more
Animal Man
people
on.
putting Destroyer armor on him.
Now, yeah, there was Az is a perfect example where he started the train of and then JM as well, putting Animal Man on him because you're able to give him a reducer. And now, I mean, if you really want to, you can just, like, Eternity came. We're gonna go ahead and pick up this manhole cover, you know. So,
Pete, what do you think about Reverse Flash? Have you gone up against him enough?
Oh yeah, he's he is just great for his points. I think the only other attacker that you could even really talk about at 40 or below is maybe Spider-Man with Mjolnir, the 35.1.
Mm-hmm.
But even they're two totally different pieces. Like I've seen Reverse Flashes win people games when they were down,
Right.
especially with the right equipment and stuff. So he's gonna get played.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Flying Carpet, that's what people are putting on him. A ton.
Yeah.
That was starting to pick up speed too, but I think so. Where are we landing on him with equip, don't equip, playing with Ace? I think this might be the
I think
first
you can
piece
play
where you
him
just don't equip him,
on
or like you
theme.
guys are saying with Animal Man.
Yeah. I think you can play him on theme or non-theme. It doesn't matter. He's just going to fit into so many builds because he's just so hyper efficient.
Do you not equip him? No?
So
You're not
if
abusing
he is
Bloodstone
your
anymore.
right, but if he's your first attacker, and in some cases that sounds crazy to say that he's your first attacker, but he is on certain builds, you absolutely equip him or you put Animal Man on him. If he's your second or third attacker, you can kind of let the equipment not matter as much. So I think no matter what, you're going to add something to that 40 points.
Okay. Miles, what do you think?
yeah, I'm not giving him. I'll give him Animal Man. If not, I'll leave him unequipped.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking too. And then depending if it makes sense to put Animal Man on somebody else or on him. But he fits so easy into any build, theme or not theme. But Past Avengers is definitely a top theme going into modern for sure. What about the Coliseum Captain America? So that's another one that is a safer play now that Beetlejuice is gone.
Yeah, I mean, he's the similar to Spot. Um, I was talking with JM, and I even sent a version to Az as well, where there's a meme team where you can guarantee to go first to modern with him. So you just put the Colosseum, in the opponent's starting area, destroy the blocking. Is it good? I don't know, but I mean, you're going to be getting 4 attacks, 13 for 5, potentially 13 for 7.
So he's someone you're definitely still equipping because that Mjolnir's still super, super good.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I think so, especially because of what he brings to the tables, where you're like, okay, well, if you're not within in the arena, like, you're getting -2 to your attack. Like, so even with Eternity, like, they're gonna have to blast both of the perplexes from Ventriloquist and Scarface to keep him at a 13, because he's gonna be outside of that, and then he's only gonna be dealing the normal 3 damage too, because it'd be minus. Is it -2 to the damage and -2 to the attack? On there.
It is. Where is it? Yeah. Modify attack and damage -2 when attacking characters within 2 squares of the arena marker.
Yeah, so like, I mean, going unthemed, or even going theme with you can go unthemed with what's his name, Prime Sinestro, or you can go themed with the Vault Booster Wonder Woman that says that, and her defense, even though she's mystical, is protected outwit. Obviously, Ace will kind of wreck that. But being able to, like, not be able to modify their values, so maybe Prime Sinestro is just the best play. Like, he's going to be an 11 for 1.
Mm-hmm.
Even after replacing his attack with a ventriloquist.
And I've seen this be built 2 different ways. Obviously, you have your defensive one that you're talking about right now, or the offensive one. And if you're playing him offensively, you can just basically put him down and take out Ace the next turn. Or what normally will jump in
you
there
have 4
with him.
attacks.
Well, you're not going to have the freeze, though. I guess if you go first, right? What happens if you go second? She'll outwit your flurry.
Yeah, she'll outwit, yeah.
Or your speed power, so you won't be able to do that. So you're just
no. So what the team is, the meme team is, I built it. I think it's +9 or +10 using rats with the Supernova Ultra Humanite and Badge. So you do get a flurry, and then Badge can drop him off twice. So you do get the 4 attacks with him dealing 7 damage.
How are you doing that if his speed power is outwitted?
You're going first. They can't outwit you.
Oh, you're
+9 on them.
You're assuring that you go first is what you're doing.
Yeah, you're +9. So, like, in order for you to lose, well, you got to roll a 2, and then they have to roll a 10 to tie or beat you with an 11 or 12. So your chance of going first are just, that much higher.
Okay.
With it.
I mean,
you can go.
Sounds good.
You can play a few more rats if you want. Just say, you know what, I don't need 1-shots. We're going for the meme, and we're just going to drop them off, and we're going to make 4 attacks. Hitting for 7.
Yeah, I like that, actually. Pete,
Bold speed,
do you have any experience with this Captain America in any games?
Yeah, I played against him a bunch of times. You either go, like you said, either defensive or aggressive, but I think with what Miles is talking about, this is absolutely a top tier team. Even if you say it's meme, like it's not, because you're going first, and this guy is going to go off on whatever you're trying to protect, because you're going to then put the Colosseum on whatever you're trying to protect, and then you're going to put the Colosseum on their side of the map, right?
On that build,
yeah. So I don't think it's. I think honestly, this is a team you look at.
It loses to 10 pulls. Like, when you look at it, you're like, okay, against Noel, like, what the hell are you gonna do against Noel? But just hope they roll bad. You want them to roll 3s and 4s, baby.
Yeah, Null kills a rat. You're down a lot of points right away. And then it's not going to take him too long to cut through Captain America. So I guess Null, which we'll talk about shortly, you're going to need answers for.
Yeah, but everything else, going first, like, even on the maps they're putting you on, you can just destroy all those blocking. make it easier for Bulge to help Cap get off his attacks.
Yeah, and whatever you're trying to protect.
Yeah.
What about the Vault Booster Wonder Woman with him? And then you're
Like I
obviously
said, that it's tough.
You have to play a defensive
She's
build
mystical.
that way.
Yeah, but she's mystical, so Ace can outwit her, even if it's protected outwit.
Is that power on the team up card though? Is that something that says
It's a defense. It's a defense power.
So is she
on the team up,
basically
yeah.
unplayable right now then?
It's tough, yeah. I mean, there's a few ways, but I don't know if the points are really worth it. You gotta try and get her to be Dolphin. There's a one shot and whatnot, but yeah, I mean, her whole entire gimmick. So it's better to just go unthemed if you're gonna go that defense route and play what's his name? Sinestro. Prime.
So she's actually not mystical.
Oh, she isn't? Okay. I assumed Wonder Woman was mystical. Okay, well, perfect then. So yeah, it's just don't equip her. I know it's tempting. Don't equip her.
Man, that's a hard call with all the cool stuff we just got in the Vault Boosters, though.
I know, yeah. It's
that sucks.
Or I guess you do Animal Man?
Yeah, you can give her Animal Man.
Another rollout?
Because she's got it on her defense power. She wouldn't be able to be outwitted from across the map. And then what are you putting her on? Combat reflexes?
Shape change. I mean, you can give her hypersonic speed. Yeah, combat reflexes. Yeah,
she's only
I think there's a decent amount that you can put her on. Yeah.
You ever exploit?
Do you like that even as an option though? Because she's 75. You put Animal Man, now she's 85, and then you have Colosseum Cap that's 65. So that's what, 150?
I think it's almost better paying the extra 15 points and going unthemed with Prime Sinestro if you're going to go that route. Honestly, the defensive route, just because Sinestro at 100 points has more survivability than she does, even with her rollouts, because she's only at 17 defense. Whereas he's a 19. So
I guess you could do Invincible too, though, right? And then
you can do that.
Because they're dealing, how is it worded again? Attack and damage. So they're modifying that damage before they even attack. So as long as you're not rolling blades or something, you have the potential to eliminate a lot of that damage with Invincible. I just don't like that it's half your build right there.
Yeah, that's
so I don't think it's enough.
No, that's why you go the meme. You go Legion of Super Pets / Time Stealers.
Yeah, I think that's better. And then I'm sure that you've softened up your stance on Rogue a little bit by now, right, Miles?
No, I still think she does too much for her points. Like, it's ridiculous that not being able to be targeted or chosen just moves everything. Yeah, no, I have not softened my stance at all. Yeah, they did too much for her.
So she's still going to be a pretty big play. What are her biggest counters? I think Symbiote Surface. And there's going to be a ton of
Symbiote Surface
Venom Galactus coming out. So I think that that could be a huge
her biggest counter is the fun 65 point barrel. I guess you do 70 point barrel. That's how you stop her.
What are you talking about?
You use museum display case, the safe, and then barriers with King Jefferson. No super strength. She can't get through walls.
Oh, okay.
Because they're adjacent to the museum display case and the safe as well. She can't pick them up because she can't use super strength if she's within 7 squares. So I mean, it does sound like a lot, but it's 70 points. You know, you're gonna be seeing Rogue. It's a very turtle build.
Rogue is also a huge counter to Ace because you can't choose her to outwit her. So that's one of the biggest reasons to pick her as what you're building around right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she just eats an Ace.
Yep.
So
I do think that that's a good way to build against her, though. The King Jefferson, and what else can you build with him to get some quick
Well, you
fodder?
can theme him with you can. So the main problem is that you also have to deal with eternity. So you have to try and protect him as well as others. You want to try and get Dolphin. So I'd look at it, see the best way to try and get more Dolphins on your team. I mean, you give him Animal Man to protect him because like that's what you need, just to give you that chance. And there's another way that you can go to build like a full like turtle team that just is dumb because you're gonna have your own eternity and all that. But I think King Jefferson is actually a decent play if like you plan on going second, just because it can stop a lot of that.
And this is where it gets kind of dangerous because she's safe to equip that equipment, making her better, and you're now worried about not doing that with some of your pieces that she could just eat.
Yep.
So she's going to be, I think that removing Beetlejuice allowed her to not be the go-to piece, but now that you're expecting to see a ton of ace in the orb, I think she just shot right back up to potentially the number one spot.
You're hard pressed to find a better attacker. Because like even Swamp Thing, like yes, Beetlejuice, Swamp Thing, he's mystical.
Right,
And you can
like
outwit
Ace and
him.
Orb
So
just
yeah,
completely take the math that we were planning on being able to build with and totally changing that whole thing again. So I think
and I think it's less Ace. I think it's more the orb. I mean, realistically, the map wide outwit is
it's the
100% the
orb.
orb. It's not Ace is
It's
the
the
problem.
orb.
It's that orb.
Well, no, but Ace is the problem when we're talking about Orb is obviously like the problem, right? But the Ace
Yeah.
part of the Ace Orb combo, that is like one of the number one things that people will be building with. And so that reason alone is why Rogue is going to see a huge uptick in play, because now you don't have to worry
Yeah.
about anything with the orb at all. Ace couldn't pick her. She now can also still not worry about being equipped. So she becomes, with every, like, what percentage potentially could be playing Ace? Like 75%? And that's just because
I don't
more
think that
people
high.
can't find. You really
But
don't think so?
yeah. No, I don't think 75% of people in the world are going to be playing him, or even in CCOs. No, just because they're hard to find. People are not going to be, even though we do see people paying the 125
So what about
or the
the top?
215.
What about the top four of the tropical regionals coming up here?
Yes, no, I see. I can see the Ace completely, but then the reason why I wanted to reiterate that I don't think that she's a major issue is that I'm not going to try and claim, oh, we need Ace banned.
No,
I
not at
don't
all.
want to.
If the orb was gone,
Yeah,
Ace is a totally reasonable piece, and she's totally fine.
Yeah,
Ace is not the problem. It's the two existing together, and the
Yeah.
existence of that synergy is what makes Rogue be back to the top. Before, it was just the fact that she
we'll
could
see more
attack.
rogues. Yeah,
She can just attack and hit, and she hypersonicked, and just losing her outwit or that free attack was not a big deal. You know, she can just fly up to Beetlejuice, hit him, and she can't get probbed. So you just
So I did mention it. I mentioned this character. I think you might have forgot because I was looking. I'm like, man, she just eats the Hydra. But the other piece of that puzzle is Hercules. Hercules cannot be targeted by a character that is less points unless it's an attack. So we might see some Hercules being played because people are sick of Rogue. Because Hercules with Animal Man, he ain't bad.
No,
For
Hercules
85
is
points.
awesome. That's what we mentioned. I know we mentioned this last episode that I think that that's the best Iconics that you can get, and the Iconics sets as a whole are awesome. And I think this one is like the top of the top.
But I think Hercules actually can see some play because you're like, I don't care about the orb. I don't care about, because you can't even get outwitted by what's his name, Eternity.
Yeah,
because they have to be more points.
And everyone's
so.
playing,
I mean,
the majority of people are playing them at 50.
Yeah, that's so, that's. I mean, so
Hercules.
I think Hercules has a chance.
Well, he's
to really
brute,
see an uptick in play.
Brute, celebrity, deity, past soldier, and warrior, and then he's got
brute.
Well, yeah, Brute for
It's
sure.
got to be Brute.
But he can also be on past Avengers, and I think Warrior
Yeah.
is a top contending keyword as well.
I'm going with Brute as a number one because of Primus stopping you from placing characters and generating characters. Because we have more figures coming up that, like, with Brute, you can get aggressive. You can also protect them because you have Titania. They deal with the rogues. You don't have to equip them. You don't have to worry about Hercules really getting messed up. So you can go aggressive with your team a lot of times, and like they're not going to be able to do some of the tricks.
So let's go into that guy in just a second. But for 75 points, Hercules has that power that opposing characters of less points than Hercules can't target Hercules except to make an attack. So that is the placement and the outwit by Eternity, which means you can also feel free to equip him, and he is great with the +1 longsword for free. 11 clicks for 75 points. Starts with a 12 for 4, so he'd be a 13 for 5. He's got super strength, so he can pick up whatever terrain you want him to pick up. He still has a 4 range. He's got traded willpower. When Hercules starts the game, choose an opposing character. If that character is on the map, Hercules has at the beginning of your turn, heal Hercules 1 click, and when Hercules KOs the chosen character, score 25 victory points. I feel like you pick something that's easy to kill that you don't care about, right? And you just leave it on the map, and then he's already just healing 1 click. I guess Bloodstone might.
I originally
that.
thought that. I think me and Pete might think the same here. I think you pick someone better. So during the duos, we did go against Hercules, and that was their entire thing. Is that, all right, we're going to pick Prime Rogue, so that way Hercules is going to be constantly healing.
But
instead of just getting that extra 25 points.
Well, yeah, So I'm saying that it's you pick 25 points of something that you don't care about as much, and you can clean up potentially later. So, like if there's a Phoenix Pog or something else that you would leave alone.
Yeah, you're talking about
not that you can take out for the 25 points very easy.
Yeah, you don't want to take those out. No. Yeah, you gotta keep it alive.
But then you can always heal that 1 click. I guess Bloodstone, it might not see as much play now that Black Flash has gotten that errata, but you're still looking at a pretty good percentage of people playing it because it still shuts down Null.
Well, not just Null, but Phoenix Force Thor. So the 2 tent poles need the Bloodstone. Thor more so than Null. Like the Bloodstone just shuts them down from his healing.
And then he also has on his last 5 clicks, it's on his attack power. It's just a power action, deal 1 penetrating damage to up to 4 opposing characters within range and line of fire. So the only person that I've seen play this piece is and this actually was it Kenny that played it?
Yes.
Yeah.
As a duos.
Yeah, Kenny
he's played it a few times. So yeah, this guy is awesome, and I've only seen him get played by Kenny, and that's it.
And that's why I say Animal Man. I mean, because you're giving him protection with Dolphin, but you can choose a close combat expert, like you can from the Longsword, and then you can also choose hypersonic speed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You might even, I guess, the Pegasus might even be, because I mean he's gonna be hard to take down. So give him that flurry and that combat reflexes.
Well, of those, what do you think he's the most qualified to equip? Animal Man or
Pegasus? It's Pegasus.
A charge flurry.
We cannot forget about the Disney classic Hercules. What did Zeus gift him when he was a baby? He gave him Pegasus.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He qualifies for Pegasus.
Yeah, he certainly qualified for Pegasus. And I mean, it is Hercules, so he's wearing an animal on his head. So he could wear an Animal Man on his head too.
Yeah.
Did you guys find Hercules hard to put down when you went up against him?
Not really, no.
No.
We were also playing Rogue and Swamp Thing, so
yeah, he got kind of caught up.
Was it just because Kenny was playing him?
Swamp Thing.
That's
because every time we attacked him, the other guy would say Hercules, Hercules, and then that's
baby. You mean Huncules? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The last piece on the watch list is that new Iceman. When Bolas was originally shown, Bolas, Pulse Wave, Iceman saying you can't remove tokens. Is Iceman still as big of a threat now with that getting errated?
So I will say that Iceman, even before that got the errata, was fringe at best. Because it's going towards the team I'm talking about with Scarecrow, where they can't use willpower, can't use leadership, now they can't remove the tokens, anything. So it's more of a fringe. But like there is an answer. He does also give everybody in cap for free. So like you can just attack with your attackers and then in cap them as well. But that's not going to be a team that you're going to see a lot of. It's going to be a team that you're going to see some of because of what he does is unique and different.
I think
But
it's still going to
definitely
be
a fringe
missing
piece.
a piece, and I think this is a piece that could potentially, over the course of its 3 years in Modern, have an issue with something else that maybe comes out in a year or two or something like that. But I don't think
Yeah,
that
it's a piece you keep an eye on.
Yeah, I don't think that it's there with Bolas getting turned to 1. I mean, potentially,
And even then,
you
though,
could
it's
shut
hard.
down a null.
He didn't have, but he didn't really have like the speed, even with Animal Man. He had 5 range and 6 speed.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you can't TK him. So you have to get him going before your team can go with the in cap. That's why I think that there it is still missing a few pieces.
Jay Charnity's a good play
he's
with
gonna be
him,
fringe.
right? Because you can basically
Yeah.
spin him up to square 4.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think a lot of the stuff that would make him good is just going to be too expensive right now. So I don't think that he's the big threat, but people will definitely try to make him. He is a lot of fun. I love playing him. So that's definitely my
Battle
favorite.
Fury stops it. Yeah.
Yes,
Battle
that's a good
Fury
point.
stops it.
Which again is, I do think that Ravencroft's there's so much utility in that Ravencroft one shot.
Aggressive.
You're stopping mind control. You're stopping pulse wave. You're stopping getting incapped. And if a team is going to build itself around those things, being able to do that for a turn really can make or break a game.
There is a 15-point piece that counters Ravencroft for mind control, by the way.
What's that?
Astral Manhunter. They can't use Safeguard Mind Control.
Oh, it's Safeguard Mind Control also? It's not just Outwit?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which I can see that piece being played too, so we should probably know what that is. Because I would have been surprised if someone came up to me and said that I don't have protected mind control. We talked about Orb of Agamotto. We started talking about Ace, so I think that she's going to be on 75% of top 4s at the CCOs.
I can see top 4s, yes. I thought you were talking about 75% total teams. I can see 75%
I was originally, but yeah, it's the thing too is that when you're talking about a $125 legacy piece, that's going to play a factor. If she was, an uncommon, then I would say, yeah, definitely. But she's not going to be easy
if she wasn't legacy,
a legacy card that you can purchase the legacy card for cheap, but
from a set during the pandemic.
But it's still it's like $1.
JLU still doesn't sell cheap.
JLU is
I've never seen JLU.
Set. No, JLU is hard to get too. So it was a weird set with the distribution because that was right at the beginning of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was a weird set anyway. And I want to say it's sold out everywhere, right?
Yeah, you can find bricks sometimes, but like the bricks are more than current bricks.
Yeah.
And like, are you really going to pay that much to hope to get an ace? Or are you just going to say, all right, I'll just pay $125 for ace?
Right. So the best counter for ace would be just to play your own ace. I think that Black Beetle, which we've mentioned, I know not everyone's super high on him. Are all 3 of us thinking he's worth it now?
Yep.
He's just overall a great counter. He's going to be something where now you don't have to worry about an opposing orb because you get to put it next to you. You can equip him, so that's a free Ring of TK. That gives you terrain manipulation and perplex. He can use that with the orb. And then depending on if you can carry him around or whatever, he's giving you +1 attack to people that are adjacent and empower and enhancement for the +1 damage. And then you also get to just generate any terrain from your sideline.
Yes. Well, the symbiote, I think being able to place your opposing symbiote surfaces is very advantageous as well. Because you're like, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and put this in the corner over here.
Well, yeah,
Now you
because
can only
even if
generate within 4 of that.
if people are playing a symbiote surface, then I've seen that get, you counter, what is it? If you go second, then you're able to place your symbiote surface in a place where you can just, no, you're covering a symbiote surface with the water that your symbiote surface makes.
Yeah, so first player gets the advantage, but second player, I've went against so many people that for some reason put it within 4 of my symbiote surface. So I'm like, we're gonna go ahead and do that.
When it came out, I think people were still kind of learning how powerful it is, and so that's kind of, I think maybe it doesn't happen as frequently, but
there's also important terrain too. Like, I mean, if you have your own archery target, you can take your opponents, especially if you're going first. You're like, you know what? We're going to take 2 power actions to hit both of these targets.
And now you're removing 2 action
Now we're going to take
a turn.
2 action tokens a turn. And if you roll high, like that's where it becomes a problem too. Is like, are they going to waste an action to try and hopefully roll higher than your 9?
Right. It's one point when like you see what your opponent rolls and you're just like, well, I'm not even going to try to beat that.
Yeah.
Pete, have you gone up against an archery target yet or played it?
I played against it. It's a great piece. Going back to Black Beetle, I mean, obviously he brings in his own 5-point equipment. You get rid of their orb, you make your own orb or your own archery target, or you have now 2 of them. So these are all great options. I think he's like a B tier piece. Like it would not surprise me to see somebody play him because of everything he does. But at the same time, he's not going to see a ton of play, I don't think.
No, I don't think as many people are willing to gamble on him.
No. I don't think he's as much of a gamble as people think he is, honestly. I mean, that's a very consistent thing to do. Yeah. But he is still 75 points. So
let me ask you this though, if you play him, do you play your own orb? Because the potential for somebody else to do the same thing to you would be there if you go up against the Black Beetle.
Put it on your sideline, save you 5 points.
Yeah, it's on your sideline.
So I was building a team there. So I was building a team with it, and I put 2 terrain on my sideline. One of them was the orb, and one of them is the head. The reason why I want the head is because you don't want like a Matter Your Lead coming to eat it. You want to be able to place it so that way you can get to their null.
Yeah, you always want to go with the head for sure.
And I know it does take up sideline space, but I mean, if you want to, you can play him on a mystical team because he has mystical. Get your free 1-shots. Nico protects him pretty well. Like I know that Shield of Seraphim doesn't feel good at 10 points, but I mean, it's free, so you're like, okay, I'll do it to protect him. So I mean, it is a lot of points, but I think it is very fringe. A lot of people are not going to be playing to go against it, so it will throw off a lot of strategies.
I just think that he's at 6 range 2 bolts with energy explosion, so that could come in clutch at turn 2 or 3 maybe if he's still alive. But getting the perplex from the Ring of TK plus 1 attack and the empower and the enhancement, I think he does
very good
enough. You just have to think about how to spend your other 225 points.
Yeah, it's the 75 points feels bad, but I think the main issue is that we're so used to seeing these figures that are like per Degaton, that are so efficient that like it feels criminal to play them at that points. Mm-hmm. Whereas I think he's a well-costed figure, and you're getting 75 points of value. You just don't see it as that because you're so used to playing, figures that are undercosted.
Right.
I think Swamp Thing's in that same tier, whereas like on paper they seem like they're overcosted, but when you play it, you're like, yeah, no, they got this right. Like he is 100% a great 75-point figure. But you're gonna try and compare him to other figures, like, well, I'll just play Prime Cable with the Universal Weapon for 5 points less.
They're doing different things, but yes, I get your point.
But that's what people look at. They go, well, "You're not doing enough." But I think he's good.
The other big bad that's going to be up there with Ace and Orb is Eternity, and we're seeing him get paired a ton with Ventriloquists, which we called as soon as Ventriloquist was previewed, right? At least in our set review, we started talking about him. That's all he's really going to be abused for is the 13 attack with the Batman enemy and the double enhancement, double perplex, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So
there's no other reason to play him. I mean, if you're playing him to not do that, I mean, I guess you're just a huge Ventriloquist fan. Maybe you're a huge Goosebumps fan, and you're like, this isn't Scarface, this is Slappy.
It's just,
oh man, that's a great point.
It would have been cooler if I don't know, just being able to share the Batman enemy just seems like it ruins it. 13 attack is just so stupid. To be able to do all of that.
Yeah, and then you can just get him up to a 15 attack with a double perplex.
Mm-hmm. And like how crazy is this with
5 damage too, right?
Yeah, like right away. And so like this with Eternity and Ace, so now you're shutting down Outwit, and then he can just perplex twice from across the map too if he needs to.
Well, let's see, if you perplex up Eternity twice, he now has full map.
Yeah.
With a 13 attack for 5. So you don't got to place anyone. You're just like, we're just going to shoot you full map.
I just don't like the combo. I guess I don't like Eternity, right? That's the bigger thing.
I'm not a fan of Eternity. I think that it's...
The combo is probably... Ventriloquist isn't the problem, even though...
No. So Eternity, my main issue with Eternity, it's not the Ventriloquist combo. It's that he needs to be less like White Shirt Porter. I realize it's only during when revealing force or whatever, when he's on the map. But he needs to be more like Nort, where you choose a keyword that a friendly character has instead of having all the keywords. That's my biggest issue with him.
So sure, that's better, but that doesn't help this, right? You're already
you're
already going unthemed here. You're not playing Arkham Asylum or Gotham City Underworld. So him getting the keyword,
the improved targeting is stupid.
It's a 12 range.
Improved targeting blocking needs to not be allowed for attacks. Like we need to remove that from attacks.
There's no way with small maps this was a piece that was designed with big maps, and so a 12 range. Now you're able to give him very easily. It's just the way that these two mesh together just is not okay.
Well, the legacy card could have removed the improved targeting blocking, and he would have been fine.
Yeah,
the improved targeting blocking is the problem.
I still think that going on what do you do then? You just you have to go on an indoor map then, right? The 12 range is still a problem. Like why does anything need a 12 range on a 16 square map?
Yeah, no, I know. It's it
doesn't. Would you like it better at 10?
I mean, no. It's better, but it's just like removing the way that his keywords work, It's better, but it doesn't make him like any healthier. I mean, I guess a little bit, right? Because it's better, but it's not making him not a problem.
Yeah, it's all the improved targeting things. Like I realize there is some counters to it. You don't counterplay with Dolphin, but I mean, full Dolphin teams, they're not great, and they're not. In Modern, they're not. In Silver, 100%, they are busted and like problem, right? But like in Modern, they're not great. Like you're gonna have to really, luckily there is a way to build it unthemed. Mermaid Batman. But even then, it's tough because it's not a team that just anyone can play. Just to try and stop this Orb and Eternity. Like Orb and Eternity are the biggest issues now. Eternity was a problem even with Beetlejuice. Ignoring the map, the 12 range, they removed Spot because of the way that he's able to attack from across the map. Eternity is just as bad, even with only one attack.
Well, look what
I
you can
think-
get him up to, right? You're not that hard now to get him a 13 for 6.
Well, no, and he also has Apocalypse. So guess what? He can't. So you can't even dual target him. He's going to have a Parademon.
Right. So then, like, that's what you're picking, right? As Apocalypse, since you're going unthemed anyway.
Yeah, most likely, yeah, you'll pick up Apocalypse just to protect him.
There's no way
Yeah.
to strip keywords that aren't printed on your dial like that one Doom does, right? In Silver.
There is in Modern. There is.
Oh,
Yeah, there is.
what's his name? John Stewart, the Prime.
Prime John
Stewart.
Stewart.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Daily Show from Comedy Central. John Stewart.
Yep, that's him for sure.
Yeah.
What's the
Prime time John
Oh, yeah.
Stewart.
we were talking about him before.
Yeah.
What was the other play? Oh, yeah, go over that.
So if you equip Eternity with Venomax, which I've seen a few people do, since he has all keywords, that means he has the ultraviolet keyword, which means he can't use the effective equipment. And then if John Stewart does hit him, he loses all keywords, but the ultraviolet keyword. So it's still not a great answer. It's a decent answer though. I think to multiple things, especially like a null team with the symbiotes, because like if someone's playing Clintar, this is actually really good because there's a lot of teams that are building with like Clintar and what's his name, Eganrak.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit Eganrak, he's the only symbiote on the team. If they didn't make symbiote surfaces, they get KO'd. Clintar's gone. So it's easy. It's 40 points. So being able to take away keywords like X-Men, for instance, stop the morph for the abscissa, like it's.
I would say he's a sleeper pick for all those reasons alone already.
Yeah. Getting full map too is pretty good. Because you can TK him and he can get full map. He has a 5 range that becomes 3. You can give him like the Crimson Gem to destroy walls. I mean, if you really want, you can triple target with the new hammer, kinetic hammer, which is really good.
I've always been
give him close combat expert, so he'll be like a
getting hit by
13
him.
attack. Yeah, because I think him and Umbrax are actually a really decent 150 points with you equipping them.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you can go, okay, John Stewart hits first, and then you can have Umbrax like triple target mind control with a +2 attack. So now he'll be a 12 attack. So there's a decent alpha there. Yeah, he's friends. He's a sleeper. He's taking your prime slot. But
Pete, did you play John Stewart in our monthly, or was that just Harris?
No, we both did. It was like surprisingly a pretty similar team, and John is really scary. Like
Yeah,
you
guys
have
are-
to go after him because if you leave him alone, he is just altering team builds quickly for just him being himself. I even kind of like him a little bit with the Serpent Crown, honestly.
What at low then?
Probably at low.
I don't think he's good enough in modern at low.
Because
Really, even with Umbrax?
Yeah, even with Umbrax. Because he
Okay.
goes down quick. He go really quick at 50.
that's my favorite. Giving him hypersonic now once he's actually at low he's hypersonic too.
Yeah.
He is.
So yeah, that's a hard sell since you can't mind control with hypersonic speed. I don't think I would be able to put a
So
Serpent
what you
Crown
do
on.
is so you put Serpent Crown on like a Zelma, okay, and you KO that Zelma, and you're used to my hammer, and you're going to equip Umbrax because you
Ooh.
based off of the equip rule, it's when they would leave the map. Umbrax is already off the map,
Mhm.
so he would stay equipped, and then you get your alpha off with Stewart, and now you have that 12 attack, triple mind control with the what's it called? Serpent Crown. You gotta be careful because an ace can then outwit him.
Ace can outwit John Stewart.
The planets are very equipped.
Oh, you're right.
Well, John Stewart, too.
Can you can target people from outside the map?
Well, no, it's not within. It's regardless of range or line of fire. right?
Yeah, that's a weird one though.
It's so
Does the orb really
yeah.
let you attack the planets or target
If the
them?
planets are equipped, only if they're equipped. I think, right?
That's a weird one. What
It's gonna need a win ruling, but yeah, that's because technically you can equip the planets.
I'm leaning
'Cause,
towards that sounds fine. Even though it doesn't sound right. I'm going to
yeah,
Umbrax right now, so because nothing says you can't and you don't need Ranger line of fire. Is there anything? I guess the only thing would be, is there something in the comp that says you can't target things that are off the map? Because so here,
yeah,
yeah,
I'd have to dig through there.
there was a difference between what was it? I think if you have Prime, Anti-Venom, or Scott Porter, they can choose to heal Umbrax because of the way that those are
Yes,
worded. But there was
yeah.
something else that you couldn't because of the way it was worded. But
I
it
don't know
might
if it had anything to do
be
with regardless of range or line of fire.
that might be what it is. It
Because
doesn't
you can heal Clintar. Because you can heal Clintar with that one shot Life Foundation.
right, because nothing says without Ranger line of fire, and same thing with Porter and with
No,
Agent Anti-Venom. It
it's
doesn't say target, does
well,
it?
how's the Life Foundation? No, it doesn't say target.
You're considered
It just
adjacent or something like that if they
yeah.
have the symbiote keyword.
So I'd have to dig in there, but I don't know. It's gonna rarely if ever come up, but you know,
Well, people want to interact with the planets, so I mean that right there, and with how much Ace and Orb we're gonna see, that's a good thing to know. So Agent
yeah,
Anti-Venom is at the beginning of your turn, you may heal a friendly character one click. So again, you're not targeting a friendly character because you can't target a character off the map. So I think that's the wording. So anything like Ace and the Orb should work.
yeah, because Life Foundation is because you're able to heal Clintar planet is they may choose a character with the symbiote keyword regardless of adjacency. So I mean,
Yeah.
that's
So see, you
I
can
think that's
still
smarter with it.
choose characters if they're on the outside of the map on their cards.
Yeah,
So I don't see why you couldn't.
it says regardless of range or line of fire.
Right, which is why it gets around what? Stealth.
Yeah,
It doesn't get around
the bat. The only thing it doesn't get around is Dolphin because you have to
Dolphin,
be
yeah.
within 4 to target Dolphin.
Right.
It's not 3; it's within 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
So I think that would work, but yeah, definitely worth a win ruling because people want to interact with the planets, and there's not too many ways to do that right now, or I should say opposing planets. But I do like what you're
But
saying.
Serpent Crown onto Umbrax would be hilarious.
I think that's awesome. Yeah, that's a super cool combo. Let's see, Venom Galactus. That's, I think, one of the pieces that's picking up the most steam. Anybody want to read that card? Lucas
God,
did
that's too much to read.
Lucas did a really good breakdown on the, I think, most recent Critical Clicks, or one of them.
Yeah, it's
I'm trying to find the symbiote. I think he's a little bit further down, isn't he? Yeah, Venom Galactus. Oh, he's a 2025 on his card. Oh, but you gotta look at his dials and all that stuff. His card is super long with a ton of issues. Or not issues, but ton of text.
And it also depends on the dial that you choose because he has 3 different ways to play him.
Yeah, but
3 different
you're
dials to choose
pretty
from.
much just doing the tendrils. So
Tendrils. I think so, yeah.
let's see if we can get away with just reading the tendrils. So his tendrils card is on his special speed, power, plasticity. Power, place Venom Galactus in any squares. Immediately destroy any blocking terrain he would occupy. Venom Galactus may be placed this way regardless of the effects of terrain markers. We were talking before the episode, and if that might get around the symbiote slime markers even if he's in them.
That's how it reads.
Is he because he's not affected by what they do, right? The effects.
Yeah, that they can't be placed, and it says that he may be placed this way regardless of the effects of terrain.
So I think that gets around
So
it. And then he's got a special attack power, which is devouring tendrils at the beginning of your turn, and when this dial becomes active. So that is twice at the beginning of your turn, then, right? Because you have to choose the dial.
I think if you're only one dialed, you don't, because you're only able to choose. He may only choose from among the dials that were paid for. So I guess it says during you may add when you start the game at the beginning of turn and when it was
So it's at the
choose one of
every
the dials.
turn
Yeah, I
at
guess
the beginning of your
technically,
turn. Yeah, I think you're able to.
Faith that's worded. Yeah.
You generate a slime water train marker within range. So that's 2 at the beginning of each turn. He's got an 8 range. And this game, that marker has characters that began the turn on this marker can't be placed or used improved movement abilities. And then power, make a close attack targeting all opposing characters occupying or adjacent to any slime terrain markers, regardless of adjacency. Hit characters are dealt 1 penetrating damage instead of normal damage. So he's basically able to just lock down entire teams really fast. And with the way that it was ruled at Nationals, I think we still need an official ruling on this.
But yeah, we need one. Yeah.
But it was stated that the slime terrain markers, they are not characters that have powers or abilities that can end the duration of them. So if they start the turn in them, if you destroy them or cover them or anything, the duration still has you in there at the beginning of the turn, and you cannot use the improved movement ability. So that added with like Clintar, that can say that he can use his plasticity while occupying a water terrain marker, or as if he occupied a water terrain marker. You can really lock down an entire team.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially giving him Animal Man. Like the ESD is fine. It's when you're able to give him Invincible, because you're just going to place them across the map, and then tie everyone down. That's where the problems start with him. Is that it's a very lockdown team
And
that you have to be prepared for, because there's going to be teams that like if this team goes first, like they're not going to be able to do anything.
No, and that 8 range again is like huge. So you're able to lock down a team so that they cannot move or attack. And, in Smash and Bash, this is going to be really hard to get to anybody.
Yeah.
And I think this has the potential to be one of the biggest feel bad moments, when you're just sitting across the map and the person's basically just playing with themselves because you're not able to move.
I'm sorry.
You heard me. So originally, I was in favor of the way that this was ruled when you just had the symbiote surfaces. I thought that they kind of got useless once you could smoke cloud or put another piece of terrain over it. It seemed like a pretty dumb terrain. So I was happy when it got ruled the way that I thought it should work. But now with the way that he's able to put stuff down and really, really lock down an entire map, I think there might end up being a problem with that.
Well, especially with him only being 100 points, like he's got deep dial, and then when you're able to give him a reducer that can't be outwitted, obviously if they have ace, it's different. But I think you're probably playing him with ace. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to deal with that.
Well, yeah, him and Clintar with Animal Man, that's only 150 points.
Well, what? Well, and then you don't need Clintar. You double space Batman.
Oh,
you have 3 green torches on the map.
Beat people with that, yeah.
Yeah, so now they're all tied up. And you're like, hey, guess what? Now we're going to just destroy you with this giant duck.
I think you want that
you can't do anything about.
Being able to tie people down is pretty big with Clintar.
Yeah.
I don't think you need double space Batman. Do you?
You do double space Batman because you with assist and 3 green torches. You get 3 turns of green torch. Absolutely worth 100 points.
But then it's easier for them to break away. You have nothing out there, and now you're giving them a 50-50 shot to move, right? Or no, there's nothing to...
No, you're playing him with Venom Galactus. Galactus has plasticity. He's going to tie down an entire team by himself.
So how is he doing that if you're not adjacent to them with Clintar?
You'll be adjacent to him with him. You just place him adjacent to their team. It's a 3x6.
Oh, and then you just don't care if you get hit because you have Animal Man on?
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, all right, try and deal with this. You know? And
so
then
instead of Clintar, you maybe just play 1-shots to try to reduce damage and heal up?
Yeah. Yeah, because then you just regen too. But yeah, you can also just, because that's just taking a turn. So now you're tying them up with Galactus that's in their face. And then you can even do that after you bring up Green Torch that same turn. So now, like, you're going to have 3 Green Torches in your face for 3 straight turns, plus a Venom Galactus.
See, that's a feel-bad team right there, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like, you can't do anything, because, like, okay, you have this Galactus, you're going to try and kill it. And then you also have Fortify on him, too. So if they are able to, like, outwit him or something, like, we're going to Fortify him. It's, yeah.
I think you do need to play Ace, though, because you want to be able to make sure you have the ability to make those terrain markers, especially if you're not going to play Clintar.
Yeah, no, yeah, you play Ace with him for 150.
Yeah.
2 Space Batmans for 100. Phoenix, because you want to be able to TK your Batman. It's, yeah. And then, yeah, you're going to have the Green Torch for 3 straight turns.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, well, the Cherry Panther will shut down 2 of them. Cherry Panther's dead. Like, he's not going to really be able to do much.
Right. Pete, did you get your Venom Galactus?
I did. That thing has way too many words for me to ever play it, but it looks cool.
It does look cool. And I don't think you really needed to worry about picking one up, because if you want to play it at Worlds, you can just buy it at Worlds and play it there.
That's true. That's true. It's awesome looking, though. I'm really happy to have one, but that piece is a piece that is way above my pay grade.
It's a figure that's guaranteed to have majority of people play it wrong. There's so many words.
Yeah, it's like a book when you look at it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my qualifications don't meet that.
Now, Miles, you also mentioned the
I learned how to read with LeVar Burton, so I think I've qualified.
Space Batman,
Reading Rainbow,
and Green Torch.
Yeah.
That's a combo that we've seen pretty commonly, I think.
Yeah.
In the last...
Yeah.
Was this Space Batman was last year? Yeah. No,
yeah, it came out Worlds last year.
Was it last year? 2 years. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, came out last year.
So his biggest weakness was he had no movement attack. So for 50 points, what you're doing is probably putting Animal Man on him.
Yep.
And then you're able to, once per game, you bring in a Green Torch at full, and then you also have assist from another world, so that at the beginning of next turn you bring in another Green Torch before that one leaves, then that one leaves, and then you can do your charge flurry again and pretty much give up no points that way. And very frequently,
so my entire problem with that
on the sideline, so that Cher Panther can't get rid of all of them.
My entire problem with that is the assist from another world. I think paying 50 points for essentially an ID card, totally fine. I think that, and I'm pretty sure we've talked about it several times, assist from another world should have a different collection number.
Yeah,
that's the easy fix to that. I don't think Space Batman is something that needs banned, nor is Green Torch. It's the assist from another world that really makes it that much harder, to deal with, and it's. Like I said, that's where those feel bad moments come from. I think as a whole, he's a 50-point ID card. And one thing that saw a little bit of play was the assist from another world with a Kong when he was still modern,
Right.
with a 200-point Kong calling in a 10-point or 50-point Kong. And then one thing now is Yao. I'm surprised we haven't seen yet. Was the 100-point Yao bringing in a 60-point Yao?
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's double tokens. Even if you can pulse wave, you're like, all right, whatever. Let's bring in a 60-point one just to get a Yao attack in.
I think with her, it was easy to do Vibranium on Wakanda, maybe. But yeah, I have not really seen that combo as many times.
No, we also
And she only has
we have-
sidestep too.
Yeah, well, no, you're going to be, but usually Yao's going to be up in their face already. So you just bring her in, you know. But it's another thing, though. I think that the assist from another world should just be different collector set.
Yeah. So yeah, that one's been going on for a while. So we've also talked about Null a little bit. He's seen no changes. So biggest counters to him, Symbiote Surface is a big one. What else? Ace to get rid of his Power Cosmic, Bloodstone
Ace,
to get rid of his +1 healing. He's most frequently being played with Animal Man, so nothing to strip off of him.
So that's where it's interesting is that he's not mystical. So like the Ace combo doesn't really work great against him because Ace has to get up there.
No, you want to guess the X-Men team or something. Ace X-Men that we talked about is a good way to be able to bring her back. But you want a way to be able to strip his Power Cosmic, so you can do that with
Astral Manhunter,
Ace, Astral Manhunter, Leech.
Yep.
What else? I know there's a handful of things. The Wonder Woman lasso now.
Trick arrows. Yeah, the trick arrows.
Nth
No
metal.
stop click.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one thing with Leech is that his stop click is really what you want to get rid of. But Leech is an okay, answer for that for sure. And Leech is actually really interesting too on that Ace team with X-Men. Because that means that you're not going to have the 13 attack Eternity.
If you bring him up, because he can't copy then.
Yeah. Yeah, and he has Mastermind too. So. And they can't out with that Mastermind.
Yeah. What else are you doing about Null, though?
Well, with Null, there's the trick arrows. The head terrain.
Ooh, head terrain's a good one. Call. Again, something.
And then you also have the Caveman Wally.
That you can put up.
Yeah, that gets rid of senses.
Yeah. No, you can put with
God Killer Sword.
With Black Beetle. God Killer Sword, yeah.
Mind
Zala,
Gem.
actually.
Yeah.
Because Zala gets, with the God Killer Sword, gets rid of the no super senses, no shape change. So
plenty of stuff that you're already potentially packing can deal with him.
Prime Cable too. I mean, his one power takes away that shape change. So does Prime Anti Venom. But you got to be able to see him.
Well, Legacy Anti Venom too, giving him hypersonic speed, not a bad option. Yep. Another thing too that can deal with Null is I had it on the tip of my tongue. That was the 2x2 Sinestro, bringing out the chain constantly to give him a 0 speed. So even if he's healing, you're like, okay, we're gonna leave him there, try and deal with him. If you decide to bring out figures to try and get him some TK, then you can be like, guess what? We're gonna have a chain every turn, shut you down with a 13 attack. We're gonna win because we killed your support.
Well, the problem with that though is that you still have to hit, and he's still healing.
He's a 13. Yeah, he's a 13 attack though. Even if he's healing, that's fine. Because the chain is a 13 attack. You can perplex down Null.
You can try to bloodstone it too to stop the healing, but odds are they have what's the little guy? Matter Eater Lad to take care of that.
Yep. Yeah. That's what I'm saying with the chain. Or with the chain construct. Like you're able to perplex down. If you perplex down Null 3 times, you have a terrain near him, You're like, okay, we're gonna no shape change, so we're just gonna go ahead and incap you. 0 speed now. Like you only need a 4 to hit Null. and then you can take out his support.
Do you think the hype around Null has subsided a little bit, or do you think it's still a top pick?
No, I think it's gonna be. I think we're still gonna see people play him. So the temp polls, like, I mean, we're seeing this ebb and flow of Null winning events, and then people trying to play the same Null and losing, and then people are getting off the hype train, and then you're gonna see them win an event, and then people are gonna get back on the hype train, and that's gonna be consistent. Null's gonna be one of those figures, especially depending on matchups, that can just completely run a tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that he'll still
And I wouldn't be surprised if, out of the 40 CCOs that we have, if Null wins 3 or 4.
Oh, sure.
Like, I wouldn't.
Would you say that there's going to be at least one Null at every event, probably?
I think so. I think at least one.
Yeah.
Safe bet.
Yeah, because he kills. He's a field killer in the right matchups.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that does
he's an easy way to make top 8
is Phoenix Force Thor, but it loses to other teams. So it's gonna be interesting if we see the Null killer played as well.
Oh, which we didn't even go over at Phoenix Force Thor, because that's definitely a play.
Yeah.
Phoenix Force Thor isn't dealing a ton of damage, but his ability to just say you cannot reduce or evade is huge, or heal. So that's that's
how he's able to stop Null. Because if you give him Gaia, and then he has the herb, Null can never kill him. Because Null's going to do 6 damage, max 2. All right, well, he only has that 1 attack. Guess what? Now, beginning of my turn, I'm going to go ahead and heal twice.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm back to top. And then you can't heal wherever we're going to do your free ping damage. We're going to hit you. And then we're going to heal,
Right.
So.
Pegasus Cap, it's a top contender. This is going to be probably his last Worlds. He was a 2023 exclusive.
Well, so you can put him on the meme team with Bulge. And now Bulge is going to say, guess what? Yeah, guess what? We're also going to have more points to build with. We now get 3 attacks of 6 damage that ignores all defenses.
Mm-hmm.
It 1 turns to Null. Just not even caring.
He just needs a way to get around shape change. So how are you doing that? Giving him battle
you have the head terrain. You can give him battle fury too, but you have to be careful because you can't pick him up. So, because you can't pick him up with Bulge. So you're gonna need the head terrain.
Oh, then someone's gonna have to pick it up and carry it over there because he doesn't have hyper or super strength.
Yeah, someone's gonna have. Yeah, you're gonna have to. And then the good old college try of I hope you don't roll a 5 or a 6.
Yep, that's always a strategy.
That's yeah.
But yeah, just the worry of coming up against a Null. Pegasus Cap is still a top contender for that.
Mm-hmm.
Hydra, I'm excited that Hydra is actually a little bit more playable again now that Beetlejuice is dead. He's still going to get a little bit weakened by the Bloodstone, depending on what you end up rolling or how you want to do that. Ace, you can outwit him because of Ace. And then they got rid of some of the one-shots that helped him become God tier. The Crimson Bands was a big one. So still...
Yeah, special armor still, though. You're able to get those heads quick.
Yeah, still a great
the ace is, though...
he still has a bunch of weaknesses in the field.
But the good thing is he does have Dolphin.
He does have Dolphin.
So use that to your advantage. So that's the one good thing about him is him having Dolphin.
That's a good point. So that actually might be one of the reasons that the prison map becomes a top play is because that one I think has the most water in Modern, doesn't it?
I want to say yes. I believe so.
So that alone could be the reason why that's number 3 on the list.
Blackgate Prison.
Does that have water? No.
Yeah. Blackgate Prison has water.
Blackgate?
You got Blackgate, you got Island Prison, and then you have the
Clintar.
ship.
Oh, that's right. I remember that now.
And Clintar.
Yeah.
Is Clintar mostly water? I'm gonna have to look at these, but yeah, if you are going to be leaning
No,
in,
Clintar's right in the middle, but Blackgate is most of the middle, and then the outside of the ship.
Yeah, I think
So-
Island Prison still has the most water,
'cause
especially
Island
no matter what
Prison,
side you go on to.
even if they put you on the sides, you're still able to easily only be like one square out and be in it. And actually, you can
Yep.
still be, if you just even just put your front piece into the water, your back end can be out with Hydra, and you're still
Yep.
untargetable.
As long as one square is occupying water.
Yeah, it doesn't work the same way as line of fire and stealth does.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a win in the Hydra's box right there.
Yeah.
And he needs Animal Man though, so if you are playing him, that's your Animal Man right there. Hypersonic on turn 1, and then whatever you need on turn 2. I think usually it's invincible, right?
Yep. I think he's a perfect candidate for manhole cover as well to carry around.
If you
Especially,
choose super
you know.
strength.
No, it's just an object. Anyone can pick it up.
Oh, you're right.
It's a special object. Yeah.
And
So that
then
way, no
he's
matter
always
what.
in water.
Yeah. Yeah. You can go on getting hindering, whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Now with Ace being such a top play, where does Nico stand? Still good enough without the outwit power, right? She's giving you those one
No,
shots.
it's the one shots. Yeah, the one shots are what really I think still helps her. But
She's guaranteed to be able to pick that power now once a turn too, with Juice being gone.
yeah, it's tough though because like Nico, like Ace just like negates her a ton. But I mean, you can also with Black Beetle, getting rid of that orb. Like if you're able to get rid of that orb, Nico still can't outwit with Ace on the map, but she still is useful. I mean, you pick a power. You got three one shots. You got perplex.
Nico was a super close second of being insane with that orb, and Hogarth being able to knock people back after the outwit and do that twice. But a piece saying that just nobody else can outwit obviously makes that's going to see a ton of play.
And that's why I was saying it's not Ace the problem, it's the orb.
Right.
Because if you remove Ace, then Nico takes her place.
Mm-hmm. Right away, yeah, exactly. So Ace isn't the problem; it's the synergy that the orb creates with these other pieces.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we just saw the other one. Would be legal for Worlds and probably some CCOs. It's that 400 set Forge that's coming out. Forge is going to be number 3 as far as problem pieces go. Forge says,
I gotta look at him again.
Where is it? Oh, so Forge has, so for 40, no, sorry, you got to play him at 75 points, but it's Outwit. Outwit is a power. When Forge uses Outwit as power, instead of choosing a power, he may choose all standard powers.
Yep.
So with, again, don't equip him, give him Hogarth. He's able to...
He gets Outwit 3 times.
Oh, actually, can he?
Yeah, so you do your 2 free Outwits with Hogarth first.
Oh,
and then you power action Outwit.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So he's able to outwit.
Yeah, because that's what I was doing with Mr. Fantastic. Yeah, because the Mr. Fantastic was power, outwit, and then a friendly character make a close attack. So yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, you have to do the 2 frees first, or whatever in whatever order you want. Yeah, you only get power once.
So that's 75 points, but I mean that's super strong. Just saying you don't get any standard powers.
Yeah.
And
I mean, and the Legacy Anti-Venom, just shutting down, you can give him Animal Man or you can give him the Bat Cycle, get a hypersonic speed to shut down all the powers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we haven't even talked about him yet. So now he's got move and attack. You don't need to use your Animal Man on him anymore. You can just give him hypersonic speed.
Yep.
So he could easily see an uptick in play because he was not seeing enough play. Your options were Animal Man or practice teamwork.
And I think Animal Man is still the right call because if you're going against an ace, you don't want him to get outwitted because that's a damage power.
Yeah, that's true. He's just so easy to take down.
Yeah.
And obviously like a huge target, so he usually will not stick around very long.
No.
What about Absolute Wonder Woman? Pete, you got a chance to actually play Absolute Wonder Woman, right?
She is amazing. I think
You didn't even put Pegasus on her,
we'll
right?
see. No, I put Animal Man on her because of all the things that you can take equipment with now. I thought she was better with Animal Man, and she's phenomenal. Giving her Invincible and Impervious together is great. You can give her Shape Change, you can give her Hypersonic. I mean, and she is, once she's on your team, she's really hard to deal with. And you activate her to that stop click, and you're like, oh, great. Now she is outwittable, so that is the one thing that you really can count on against her. But she is a beast of a piece. And because of the ability to attack a higher pointed figure and do those extra things because of her trait is awesome, or her special attack bar, excuse me.
So if her biggest weakness is Outwit, then is she just another candidate for Unthemed with Ace?
So yeah, absolutely, 100% unthemed with Ace, because she's mystical. So you almost have to play her with Ace right now. Same as kind of like Yao.
And then beyond that, then her weaknesses are going to be she only has super senses on a 6, and she doesn't reduce pen damage. So you're either going with super senses or invincible with Animal Man, right?
Yes.
Once you get there. Okay. I heard a lot of people back and forth. There was a ton of hype around her originally. I don't know if people just thought that she was a god that you can't take down, and then like you said, Outwit just takes her down and she goes down way too quick for a 95-point character. But with the right tweaks, I think she's brutal. Can you
So
do
I mean, you go first, right? Or whatever. She's getting there with 1 TK with Hypersonic, and she's got the Giant Reach 4. So you're full board on whatever you want to hit. She's a 13 with Prob herself. So you're probably hitting something. She still has Mystic, so even if you do damage her, you're still taking damage on most characters. So I mean I like her a lot. She's more of a glass cannon than other things, but
have you played her with Pegasus yet? I'm just thinking if you go 95 points, she gets Pegasus for free, and you can just try to keep her alive more with the one-shots.
I have not actually played her with Pegasus, but I mean, Charge Flurry with a 10 speed and flight is always amazing.
And a 13 for 5 with Prob, and then she'll have the combat reflexes.
Right, and if you're targeting correctly, which you should be with her because she's only got one bolt, the Giant Reach 4, and then if you're hitting the highest opposing point character, they can't evade, and she's going right through anything except Invincible. So she's awesome.
I think we've seen more people play her than the Vault Booster one, so I would expect her. I honestly think this is a piece that will either make or break how much you see of her at Worlds based off how she does at the Tropical Regionals.
I know we've talked a lot about Ace and the Orb. I'm going to be really surprised. I'm honestly going to be very surprised if the Orb gets through the regionals and then doesn't have something happen to it.
Yeah, I think that that might be the case where we have to see how bad the orb is, and then hopefully something is done about it before Worlds. But they start this weekend, so
Yeah, there's nothing that's going to happen, I think, through maybe the first couple of weeks of the CCOs. But I think you're going to see, I just think you're going to see the orb on basically every team and a ton of aces that are available. And I understand that it seems to me from design of the last set, especially that like they think that equipment or equipping teams is something that they need to slow down. But the board wide effect is really the biggest problem.
Mm-hmm. What about Young Red Dragon? I've played him at our weekly. I don't think I played you with him though yet, Pete. Have I?
I haven't played against him. I've read him a couple times. He's really interesting. I've not played against him, so I can't really give you any insight as to what how good he actually is. But he seems amazing on paper.
So at 100 points, you're getting 9 clicks. He's got a stop click about halfway through. He does have charge. I think this is a piece that you're putting Animal Man on, though, to also, again, get that pick a power and Dolphin. But he's doing a ton of, like, just, he's got a ton of powerful effects, right, that you don't see on a ton of stuff. And he's got a bunch of them. So he's got Frightful Presence, which is opposing characters within range, modify attack -1. And his range is a 6. And Young Red Dragon has Safeguard Outwit, so he does not get that with Ace. So that would be a great reason to... Oh no, he's not mystical. That's actually surprising. And you're not equipping him, so if you're able to put Animal Man on him, though, get on a water map, you're at least able to prevent her from coming up and targeting you, because you definitely want that Safeguard Outwit. And he is more of a defensive piece. His other trait, Volcanic Lair, is poison and sidestep, and when Young Red Dragon uses poison, opposing characters within range are considered adjacent to it. So that is just within range, not within line of fire. And he's already got a 6, so you can get that up to a 9, and he just deals poison. And then he has a special attack power, but not till you get to his stop click, which is Pensai. And then he just has range, destroy all blocking terrain within 4 squares of Young Red Dragon. Then make a range attack targeting all opposing characters within 4 squares of Young Red Dragon. Hit characters are dealt 3 damage instead of normal damage. And then that stop click is invincible, and Young Red Dragon takes a maximum of 1 damage from characters that aren't equipped, which... if people are afraid of Ace, you might see more people not equipping their characters anymore, or a piece that has Animal Man. So the potential of only taking 1 damage on that stop click is pretty high going into at least the Tropical Regionals here. He also has the ability to, what is that Dragon's Gold thing?
Oh yeah, +1 range and +1 defense if you have the dragon keyword.
It's range and defense?
2x2. Yeah, +1 range, +1 defense.
Okay, so then you're automatically going to a 7 range and you're a 20 defense for that poison and his range attacks. So I think he's well worth that 100 points. Again, you just have to know what he does if you're going up against him, or build well with your other 200 points. It's still a piece that,
Well,
again,
I think...
go ahead.
Yeah, I think he plays into like Prime Sinestro, Colossal Sinestro kind of strategies of teams, right? Like really limit and hold down people is what they're doing, and affect their attacks quite a bit.
Yeah.
And then he can really go to work. And you're still like, we're not even talking about the terrain that comes with him. So
I think you can easily compare him to the other popular 100 point pieces like Rogue. So he's not going to be a plug and play piece like that. But like Pete said, if you move into looking at what else he really synergizes with, like that Sinestro, that can be big. What about Eganrak? So he was a reason alone to play Ace before the orb even happened, because he is a pain to deal with.
Yeah.
Have you had to actually go up against him?
Yeah, even without juice, he's so rough. Like not being able to attack him with equipment is insane.
Well, again, people might be playing less equipment though, too.
Yeah, and then once you get that stop click, or not stop click, but that special defense power, man, you gotta be real careful on how you're damaging him.
Yeah, it's even.
I know
he gets worse to attack the more you damage him.
Yeah.
So 75 points, 8 clicks, improved movement, elevated plasticity, giant reach 2. Eganrak can reduce penetrating damage. Adjacent opposing characters and characters attacking Eganrak can't use the effects of equipment. Then he's got willpower, and if Eganrak shares a keyword with an opposing character on the map, increase the results of his single d6 rolls by +1. If that keyword is monster or symbiote, also modify Eganrak's combat values by +1. And he is symbiote, armor, future, monster, and warrior, so there's a pretty good chance that he's going to share a keyword with one of those.
Holy Eternity is on the map. Okay, yeah.
Oh, right there, yeah, he's getting +1 combat values for sure, and getting the +1 d6 rolls.
Yep.
But there's plenty of monsters and warriors anyway, and a handful of symbiotes. So, and then after his first 3 clicks, 4 through 8, he gets that special defense power that Miles said, and it's impervious and shape change. And when Eganrak uses impervious and succeeds, after resolutions, deal the attacker damage equal to their printed damage value, protected outwit. So that alone is
It's also protected penetrating damage. With how it works, that you can still roll for the effect even if like you would be dealt damage. That's why like you get the impervious for null. Like you still get to roll it even as penetrating.
Did they change that?
Yes, because it's not checking for the power. You still, before damage is dealt, you still go through your triggers. Nothing forward checks triggers. You still get to roll impervious, even if it's penetrating damage. Because it just says deals penetrating damage. It doesn't say can't use impervious. So you're still able to use that. So yeah, you still get a roll.
I remember that being ruled that you can't because it wouldn't have an effect. And there was another example.
No, it's on the win for an hole. A ruling for an hole.
I know you can break away even though he ignores characters. But
yeah,
I was pretty sure.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it on here. Yeah, so that's very important to know. Let me win hero clicks. We have baby Eagle Brian pumping his fists. It's there. Because we had a huge conversation about it.
If that's true, then they recently changed that because there was a rule
right here. As Brian asked it. If a character with impervious is dealt penetrating damage, may the character still roll the d6? Yes. The condition for the trigger was met, being dealt damage. So the effect may resolve. Being dealt penetrating damage does not matter in this specific instance. Note that while you still may roll the d6 and possibly roll a 5 or a 6, that doesn't allow a character using impervious to reduce penetrating damage. So the character will still not be able to reduce the penetrating damage dealt. The roll was still made, so if an effect was looking for that, such as an effect checking to see if a single d6 was rolled, that effect will trigger as well.
When was that changed then? Because that was recently.
May 1st.
Was that just a change off of the new comp then? Because originally
they said that it will be. They said that it will be clarified in the comp.
So I wonder if that was one of the new changes then. Because originally, if there was something that would not have an effect, like exploit weakness or pensai, you could not roll impervious. If
what was happening? So what was happening too was it was being misinterpreted. That's why a lot of the things were clarified. But yeah, so Eganrak can roll his impervious even if he's being dealt penetrating damage, and then deal the printed damage.
Well, he already reduced his penetrating damage anyway, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying if he couldn't. But yeah, and then, Noel can still roll it, and he heals on a 1 or 2.
Okay. That was a new change then, and I'm assuming a lot of other people are not going to know that.
Yeah, the ruling came out May 1st.
Would you say that he's still going to see? He's already seen good results even without.
He can still some play.
So this
just
alone
on
is a reason to do, ace though. Even if you have to get her up there to outwit that special defense power, it's worth it. Because this guy is
that's another reason why, Astral Manhunter was another idea too. So
okay,
because I'm on a budget.
You still gotta wait. Who?
Astral Manhunter. And then within range, they can't use. Then you have another outwitter, obviously. So there's other figures you can use. I mean, you can use Nico if you want, or anyone with outwit.
If you're able to.
Yeah. If you're able to. Yeah.
Pete, you wanted to mention Prime Spider-Ham.
I do. So I just think he's not getting a lot of looks, and he is still so powerful at 50 points. I think with the new Venom Galcatus, he pairs really, really well with that. And you can build a team by giving everybody plasticity and the other effects from Galcatus. I just think he's just phenomenal. Like 50 points, I don't know what else you want him to do for that cost.
Places through walls. I mean, I played him at Adepticon a few years ago. He was my MVP. That piece is insane. Giving everyone the plasticity, and also like they can't be targeted by a range attack if they're within 4. Obviously, pulse flip gets around that, but still, like so you can be aggressive and get like within 4 of Eternity, and Eternity can't hit you. So
what about Spider-Ham with rats and Pied Piper?
Yeah.
Now the
Time
rats
down
have,
with,
now the rats have plasticity. And if they're near somebody, they're not able to make a range attack, right?
Yeah, and aren't they also like safeguard pulse wave with Pied Piper?
With Pied Piper, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're still on the team with
Animals
You also
came
play
back.
Rat Catcher too.
Yeah, Animal came back in a big way with the new set. So that's a good pairing. Scientist, we've always thought is kind of one of those weird dark horses. He goes on theme with that. There's one other piece that I really liked him with.
Is it Cosmic?
He's good on Cosmic, but I don't think in Modern right now. I like him better in Silver on Cosmic. I was thinking non-theme. Give me a second, I'll come back with it.
I do like him with Animal Man, though, because we were talking about in Silver him with Butterfly.
Yes, It's nasty with the Butterfly.
So him with the
just giving all your butterflies that.
But the butterflies, you can just pulse wave them and they all go away. So Pied Piper, you're still on theme.
Non-theme on a mostly brute team with him.
Just to shut down range attacks?
Yep, because then most of the other brutes get more oppressive. You get him with Primus.
Yeah, that's why I brought the Primus before we brought up Space Batman. Because if you go aggressive with your brute team, they can't generate a green torch.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong thing right there. I think you have to go into finding a way to generate pieces and take it all out, because it's still going to be relatively easy for them to make one and then just charge in with Giant Reach 3.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you're within 4 of Batman, and Batman can't make it.
But he's got ways around just moving. You really have to think about your placement. But I think
So
you're going to need ways to generate things like constructs or...
Yeah, you need constructs,
Because your brutes... Your team fills up on points really quick with brutes. You want Titania. D-Cell is huge. Primus is already 60 points. So, you lose a lot of those points really early on, just building what you feel like you need to have on that team.
Yeah.
I think
so
the
what else are you
other
filling
piece.
It up with?
I don't think going, but if you go aggressive, like the TK, they can't even TK. So like if you go aggressive, Batman can't move and then make torch. So you can just stop him.
So you're just
from making
throwing
torch.
your team
You can't get TK'd
across the
You see
map?
one of them. Yeah. Send a few pieces. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna have Nort with the red rocket, or Nort with the green ring. Norse can go there.
I guess here's what I'm thinking is that I've seen him get a lot of play with that Barry Allen, where he's just going to be able to move anywhere he wants and place him. So
but Barry Allen can't be. So depending on where your brutes are, like with that Barry Allen, like Barry Allen can't pick him up and place him. He can't place anyone within 4 of a brute. So Barry Allen can't bring him across map. You're able to stagger those pieces.
You can still move him,
you can't
though, right?
place within 4. Yeah, you can move him, but you can't move and then generate the green torch. It's power action.
Barry Allen can keep him, so Barry Allen drops him 5 away from a brute, generates green torch, and then green torch just charges in, right?
Well, that's why, so if you're dealing with a Barry Allen, obviously you're going to be placing your brutes differently to stop them from doing that.
Green Torch have close combat expert on all of his top clicks?
No, it only is 100 50-point line. His full clicks that you're bringing him in is Quake and Perplex.
And then he drops down to that 100-point line is the one that comes in from assist. No.
Yeah, the 150 that he comes in.
Yeah,
Yeah, he has
150.
super strength and close combat expert.
Is super strength? No, it's what is it? Quake. I'm trying to think of what Titania is going to be able to help with. He's got
Close combat expert and super strength
on the lower dial, but what is she doing to the 275 point? You got to keep her really
Nothing.
safe if you're doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so you have to be aggressive and like your placements, you're gonna have to pretty much stagger your placements. Because like that's usually the main offense of that Barry Allen team. And if you're able to take that away, you're fine. So you gotta make sure you're I mean, because you have a pretty big area of the 4 square radius for each figure. So you can stagger it pretty well.
And again, the map
He's really
menu
not worried
makes it
about that team
hard,
without
too.
those. It does, yeah. So, and this is what I'm saying is that the map menu actually stifles a lot of teams
Right.
by removing
And-
more than half the maps.
Moving away from Prime Spider Ham, who I think is great, you can go to just strictly brutes. You still get Guy Gardner. You still get Prime A Bomb. Like there's a ton in just that keyword. And when you're shutting down placement, and that just by brutes being where they are, and Guy can still make constructs and stuff, you can really fill up an area and shut people down when they're trying to bring in stuff like Green Torch or something that pops out of pilot when you kill it. Right? You can't generate those then.
Yeah.
The Prime Destroyer that we didn't even bring up with that Russian doll. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're all can you? They're generate.
Yeah, you can't generate.
It says generate.
Can't
Oh yeah,
generate.
it
It's
says
also
generate
only
or
on your
place.
turn.
Yep.
Yeah, on your turn, on their turn. So they still do get their pilots. But
Okay.
yeah.
The only other thing that I think could see a huge uptick is the Jurassic League pieces in general, just on main force. Just because, again, you have people that you do not want to equip, and they're not terrible pieces overall. You have Flash Raptor, Super Soar. Those are all huge attackers that you can't equip anyway. And I don't think any of them have Mystical.
No, the only one that's not going to see play is Batwalker.
Yeah, I know. You played Wonder Dawn. I was not impressed by her showing, though.
Oh, she's not good now without Crimson Bands. You got Crimson Bands there, so you can mastermind to her without taking damage. Yeah,
But none
her
of
and
them have
Juggerduck went
Mystical.
3 and 2. That's a win. No.
So Aquanix, Flash Raptor, Green Torch, and Super Soar, I think are all top contenders.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone even does Super Soar with that team up card.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few, like, even Green Torch, you're able to change them from 100 to 150.
Yeah, that's the one that you
Pretty good. Or
So 50, 100 to 150. So you're still only looking at 150 points. Aquanix at 50, that's 200. Throw Flash Wrap there at 50, that's 250, right?
Yeah.
So for 250, you
Yeah,
get
one shots.
So for 250,
Man.
you get a 50-point Super Soar, a 150-point Green Torch, a 50-point Aquanix, and a 50-point Flash Raptor, and then that's 50 points for sideline stuff. So you have one-shots, Animal Man, like you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's a pretty strong team.
Yeah. Well, you can also, if you want. Oh no, yeah, you have to use the Giraffe Tail. That just doesn't say Joker Raptor, but yeah, no, never mind. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I think we saw Alec do really well with most of them, like as a joke, and got like second place.
Yeah, and he didn't use that team up. He did really well with it.
I think he used Jokers on that team, but yeah, it's there.
And that was a completely different meta too. I think this is way stronger now.
Yeah.
Like, what is you can you pick Precision Strike with Animal Man?
No.
I feel like he does so much, but the powers that I always wanted, the ones that he doesn't have.
You always want him to do flurry. or a Precision Strike or Steel Energy. You're like, wait a minute, does he have it yet? And we're like, no.
No, still doesn't.
Oh, but he's still really good. Yeah.
Any other guys that you can think of off the top of your head to bring up about what's probably going to see some play at the CCOs?
No, I think those. I mean, obviously we're going to see some French pieces, but I think if you're looking at pieces that to expect, it's going to be those. But also expect the unexpected from players as well. That you're going to see like really weird stuff. But,
I'm excited to see what people are going to be playing and bringing, because I think the worst stuff to see right now is going to be Ace and Orb and Venom Galactus. Like, I'm not a fan of Eternity. It's just a dumb piece, but as far as like feel bad stuff, Ace and Orb and Venom Galactus have the biggest potential.
Yep.
Orb is the worst feel bad thing. Ace by herself is fine.
Oh yeah, it's that combo for sure.
She's not in Eternity. I get your guys' complaint, but I don't hate it as much as you guys do. But I got some good news for you here at the end of this modern review. You know what we're not going to see?
What's that, Pete?
Beetlejuice.
Oh man.
What are we not going to see?
Pete, I'm not sure if I'm quite qualified to lead us in here. Do you mind?
You've got questions. We've got answers.
Your ass better call somebody.
All right. First, we have Ryan Bookwood. The Juice Party is still alive and well. I went to an anti-juice rave last night. Lots of people excited. Well, Bookwood starting the question segment off strong with a statement. Maybe next week we actually just do a listener's statements segment. What do you guys think about that?
I like that. He also sent me in a clip of the rave.
Oh.
One more time, got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and what the listeners couldn't see was Bookwood dancing in a bikini.
So foam party.
You're lucky. Yeah, you're lucky.
That does sound
You
like a
know,
fun
if
party.
anybody was qualified to do a statement segment, it would be Bookwood, because he's never gotten what questions were.
I don't even know if I'd be qualified to attend that party, though. Would you guys be qualified to attend? I don't know if I've done enough.
No, I don't think so either.
Pete?
The bikini foam party is Bookwood?
For Beetlejuice?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the qualifications would be for that, but I feel like maybe?
Foam Party Pete?
We'll have to ask him.
Foam party Pete.
All right, let's go to Jacob Springer. Why is Condiment King the most meta piece of all time and going to be on every team at Worlds? So as a reminder, which we did go over him in our set review for Fight for Gotham City, he is only 20 points. When Condiment King attacks, after resolutions generate a slime water terrain marker in each targeted character's square. So he does not need to hit, he just needs to be able to roll the attack. This game, that marker has characters that began the turn on this marker can't be placed or use improved abilities. So throw a universal weapon on him. He starts with a running shot, only a 10 attack, but doesn't even matter if he had a 1 attack. As long as he is making the attack, he's going to be putting slime markers under people. And then he has Condiment King takes a maximum of 1 damage from opposing characters not occupying a slime terrain marker, and Condiment King can't be chosen for Mastermind. So he has 5 clicks where he's just able to running shot and pulse wave if you throw that other universal weapon on him. So he's only 30 points with the universal weapon. What do you guys think about Condiment King breaking out here at the Tropicals? Or do you think he doesn't until Worlds?
So I think he's going to be one of the most underrated pieces that is not played enough.
Okay. I think that he's going to start trickling in this weekend, and then immediately we'll start picking up play, and he'll be seeing a ton by the end of the Tropical Regionals.
We get 5 teams. throughout, I think, 5 teams with him overall.
Pete, are you going to be dropping mayonnaise on anyone's teams?
We're going to stop calling him the Condiment King. We're going to call him what he is, and that's a Glizzy Lord. Glizzy Lord will be out in full effect. Honestly, for 60 points, you get him and Bardley Quinn, and I don't know how you go wrong with that 60 points. But I'm a simple man, so.
You don't even need to hit. So this is definitely a Pete piece.
Yeah. It's a lot better when you don't have to hit.
He's also not unique for what that is worth.
Oh, amazing. That won't possibly go wrong ever.
Yep, so one of them is going to be 40 points with Mjolnir.
Mm-hmm. I can see that too. All right, let's go to Matt Liner. Is Orb of Agamotto healthy for the game? Absolutely not. So I think if we changed it to like maybe once per turn or per power, or take away the outwit option maybe, but as is, it's just not great.
No, yeah, if they're going to keep it, which I don't see them getting rid of it, it needs to be the once per turn. Yeah, and I love seeing people say coming up with these like theoretical answers, and it's like, I guess it's a wait and see. But if you go first, your opponent can't do anything about it. All you need is someone with super strength to hold it. Like they're not gonna be able to destroy it or anything. So there's tons of ways.
And the free TK too, right? Like I know people are all saying it's mostly people that don't play. But they're saying that you can just smoke cloud over it or something like that. But we have seen it get ruled with Ivy's things. You can still target smoke cloud or from under the smoke cloud. So many people are going to have that ring of TK, and you can still just move it. So
yeah, we saw it even with Juice in the meta. Like we saw 5 copycats carry the Master of Time Flash to a top 3 finish at Canadian Nationals.
Like, yeah.
With only 2 losses being Beetlejuice. So that's not even using Ace.
Right. That right there should show how ridiculous that piece of equipment is. Pete, where are you at with the orb?
There should not be things that are known as board-wide effects. There just shouldn't be. It's too overpowering. The orb for 5 points, even if it was 45 points, you're probably still considering it, right?
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
So
sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, so that'll tell you everything you need to know right there. Like if I just said, hey, there's a 45-point object, anything else you'd be like, absolutely not. But this thing you'd be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe on the right build, right? Like I could still make it work. So it's I think they meant well. I just think this is clearly one of those items that when it was shown, I was like, that's the most broken thing possible. And I hadn't even considered Ace with it yet. Mm-hmm. Like there's just so many ways to abuse that. And with Ace, it becomes now you have the piece that you have to play or you have to play against it.
Right.
So we're right back to limiting the meta.
Ace is just an example of a really, really feel bad moment, right? There's plenty of things that just are terrible with it. And we saw the copycat build too, right? Imagine all of that getting done to you from across the map.
So they're saying like how Beetlejuice reined this in. If anything, like there's 2 figures right now, one of them coming out in the X-Men 400 that like with Beetlejuice makes it so dumb. You have the Mr. Fantastic that could outwit as a power, where you're able to then make in a close attack. And then we're getting the Forge that can use outwit as a power and instead chooses all standard powers. So and as habitual abusers of the barrel, we've seen how abusable that is. The orb is in the same exact class as that, where in theory, yes, it can work and whatnot. And the same way to deal with the orb is the exact same way that people were talking about dealing with the barrel. Except it never worked against the barrel because you can just pick it up, just like you can pick up the orb. So, we'll have to see more data and watch, but it's not going to be hard to really know what the outcome's going to be with the orb, in fact, stifling teams and everything. And I know they go, oh, yeah, get better, play equip and all that stuff. But it's like, I just don't like game elements that say, hey, you know these cool game elements we made? Yeah, they're too good. If you play them, you're probably going to lose. You know, it feels really weird to just say, yeah, these game elements just are not worth playing at all.
Right.
In order to try and deal with a 5-point object. You know, it's like, come on now. It's counterproductive.
Not putting something on your team because it makes you vulnerable from an outwit across the map just is not good.
Yeah, it's yeah. I think the once per turn, I think would be totally fine. Because we do need something similar to it, but the board wide things are where it really gets out of hand. And first player is you're not going to be able to do anything with that orb. I mean, hell, you can get a 10-point pog, the ace pog, to carry it. You know, you don't break theme if you want to still go theme. He just picks up your orb. He doesn't have any outwit, prob, or perplex, so he just carries it and goes next to, you know, the legacy ace or the Nico or the copycats. You know, so.
And then you just have to outwit their charges, hypersonics, whatever, any way that they could deal with the orb or attacking, move and attack, anything. So,
and then now they're gonna have to waste 2 actions to get 15 points, to get a 10-point pog and then a 5-point equipment.
Right, or sacrifice your whole team by throwing it across the map. Like those just aren't answers to deal with this 5-point game element. So, people that have played it in events, they have seen it's not good. So,
yeah.
All right, let's go to number 2. It appears many effect terrain get banned or restricted in Silver. Do you think this will be the same for Symbiote Surface and the Orb? If all of the good effect terrain ends up banned in Silver anyway, do you think it's better for the format to simply say no effect terrain as a blanket ban? Man, I think we have so much more effect terrain. It's probably worth even just revisiting what needs to be on lists, right?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I do see it. The effect terrain is getting out of hand. Some of them are silver bullets, but the one effect terrain that I think is insane is the Sentinel Head. I think that's like honestly the worst.
Yeah, that's a big one.
And the reason why is because the Orb of Agamotto, that works for you and your opponent. The Sentinel Head only works for you. So there's no downside compared to the other terrain pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Every terrain piece is board wide, essentially, for either team. The Sentinel Head is just your team.
Pete, what do you think about the terrain in general?
I think it's getting progressively more powerful. I think that the Sentinel Head's a good example of. I think the point of effect terrain is it's supposed to affect both players, not just one player. And that one clearly doesn't do that. And so Miles is right on with that. But I think the worst effect terrain in the game is pretty clearly the orb. I don't think anybody's going to have a problem if you put ace on the board without the orb.
Oh, not at all.
For 50 points. Yeah. So I just think that one is so wild to me. And some of the other stuff is wild too. Like the archery target's incredibly for 0 points. The upper body's incredibly for 0 points. Like they just haven't found a good way to bring these out and balance them yet. I do like them. I think they're important, especially on smaller maps, to basically be able to change the map and change what your team can do and can't do based on the terrain. I think they just need to find a better way of balancing it. But I think it always should be, if you're going to make a terrain piece, it should affect both teams, like the dumpster fire. Like that's a universal effect. So if I'm going to pay it or pay 0 points to play it, I still have to take into account it being there. So hopefully it helps me more than it hurts me.
And I don't think the symbiote surface is a problem. I think it's how the symbiote surfaces are getting on the map. Like it sounds like Venom Galactus is going to be super oppressive. And we just talked about a second ago, the Condiment King handing them all out. Like it's an okay element to have, but it's going to be everywhere on the map. Like if you didn't like the barrel, I mean, this I think seems way worse than that, doesn't it? Being able to generate as many as you can.
That's where because it's worse. Because like you said, you can have multiples. I think there's no middle ground. It's either not good enough or too good. Like, and that's always, it seems like that there's no balancing.
People didn't
for
like
them to try to figure it out.
the 4 square radius on the traffic barrel, right? Well, now you have Venom Galactus that's just putting the effect under you anywhere on the map.
Yeah, I think the problem is not the surface. I think the surface is really necessary. I just think it's how it's being deployed.
Yeah, it was given out way too much now. It's just the potential of something getting handed out, like with Condiment King, to everyone that he just rolls an attack on, or him just generating it. The no trigger, but just at the beginning of the turn, you're generating. I think we said 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then number 3, are there any other blanket bans or restrictions for Silver Age that can be made to help declutter the format? No one-shots, no sideline active effects, or should the reverse happen and more things should be pulled out of the ban and restricted list? I do think it's worth going through the bench ban and restricted list after Worlds, but what do you think, Miles?
Yeah, so it's tough. I still think we need both. I know a lot of people hate it, but I don't think that like effect terrains or like equipment should be the same restricted as a character. I realize it is to try and stop like certain combos. But I still think, there's after Worlds, go ahead and I think we need to look at it and everything. The no one shots are definitely the one thing that needs to be looked at right now. There are a few. I mean, obviously, we have a few that are already banned in the format for now. So,
well, in Silver right now, there's more that are on the restricted list, and you can only have 4 unless you're doing something like Nico or something like that. But you can typically play less one-shots in Silver, even though there's a higher point value.
Yeah, I think the one-shots would have been so much better if it was like once per turn. You can use it,
That would have been cool. Yeah.
The being able the ability to flip them back is, I think, the most abusable. Like I don't think one shot should ever have been able to be flipped back.
Well, there's good ones though. No, there's good interactions. Like you look at some of the stuff out of Strange Tales, right, where they do it on a KO, right? So you're encouraging interaction between you and the opponent to be able to flip that over. The issue is that we went right into Fight for Gotham City, and now it's just with the utility belt at the start of your turn do it. So it's just like, okay. Now you just get it again.
Exactly. Yeah.
Pete, what about
there needs to be some middle ground.
Do you think there should be anything changed about that in Silver?
I just always feel like it's like they start with something and then like they find some way to make it absurdly abusable. The utility belt is wild to me. The stuff that came out in Fight for Gotham, the one shots are pretty much, well, Bola's not, but everything else was okay. But you should never be able to do that multiple times a turn. Like that should not be a thing. I think one shot should be limited. I don't have a problem with them being flipped back over, but I think maybe they can be flipped back over but not utilized again that same turn.
What about any blanket bans or restrictions do you feel like it's cluttered, the format? Like just saying no one-shots or no sideline active effects?
No, I don't like that.
Do you think more should be
I don't like that at all.
Do you think things should be pulled off the ban restricted list or just updated like quarterly or after big events?
I think quarterly at a minimum, because I think we get big events probably about the same amount of time. I think it's pretty close to quarterly.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is Silver is going to require a lot more curation than what Modern's going to, just because it's much less limited.
Mm-hmm.
So the chances for a really broken interaction are much higher in a format that just has so many more options.
Right.
But I do like the idea of things coming on and off the restricted list. But I think kind of once you hit the ban, like the final decision's been made, like that's too caustic of an element.
Yeah. There's a reason it made it there.
Right.
All right, let's go to Joe Ruffing. Do we finally have enough broken effect terrain for Black Beetle to be fringe competitive? We've been talking about him for a while now, and I think he's even been close for a while. This is just his best time. He gets to take his free action now, and there's just so many different effect terrains that he's totally reasonable to play.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. The only problem that people see with him is they think he's overcosted, and that's just because we've been catered to with figures that are so undercosted. I think he's a great 75 points.
If you build the rest of your team well and you get to take the opponents all of their terrain, you're talking their archery target, you're talking their sentinel head, their upper body. I mean, that is a huge buff. And he still has more for offense too, right? He's given the +1 attack to adjacent people, the empower, the enhancement. So
He has passed. Like, he goes on the past Avengers.
mhm.
And so now, like, you can get those attackers in that you need with the reverse flashes, the caveman wallies. So there's, I I think there is a team there with him for Fringe. I think he's moved past Fringe, not quite like, if you're doing the S to F tier, I would say Fringe is about like C tier, low B. I think he's a high B, A tier, right? A low A.
With where the
With
game is,
potential.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pete, where do you sit with Black Beetle?
Oh, I think he's very playable. We kind of always talked about him and liked him when he first came out, like as a piece that you could consider playing. But now with the effect terrain in that, he's great. And he's not unbalanced in any way. Like he's just a really nice, well-rounded piece that I think lives up to the 75 points, which is kind of hard to do. Because when you start to look at anything really above 50, you start to be like, what are you doing for me, right? Like, so I like him a lot, and right on past Avengers, yeah, he's great. I think he's not an easy piece. I think he's a builder's piece, but I don't think he's a super complicated builder's piece that requires someone that's doing a ton of things. I think you can put him on a couple different teams, and he will absolutely pull his points.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, really. He's not like just this auto include that you can easily do well with, but he's also not overly complicated where you have to put a ton of work into it.
So you have the teams with the aces, right? Like when they're playing their teams, they're not worried about a Black Beetle. And so it's part of their strategy is using that orb. Black Beetle completely throws that off, which is going to completely throw off how that team gets played. And there's some players that can, they can function without it. But there's going to be other players that are just so thrown off that it's going to throw off everything for them because like they played specifically to play with the terrain. Like crap, like I was depending on it. That's my win condition. So I think
Well,
in that aspect too, he's that Fringe piece that will completely throw off people's game plans.
and you can bring in your own orb because he brings in 5 points of terrain. You can affect the upper body. You can affect the head. Like these are all things that are getting constant played. Like how many times do you think about selling out to steal somebody else's upper body? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even like
So
the head, like if you're going against a perfect example like Noel, and this is exactly why I brought up Caveman Wally. Because you know that they have the Matter Your Lab that can take that. Well, now you go ahead and just generate it, and now you're just going to have Wally pick up the head and move up there. So now no super senses and no shape change. And they had
Yep.
no opportunity to even destroy it.
And most teams that are doing the ace combo, I mean, what are they putting into that then? 50 points for ace, 60 points for the Hogoth, or 50 for ace, 10 for Hogoth, and then the 5 for the orb. So you're talking 65. So for 10 more points, yeah, you're countering that, but you're shutting down most of what they just put their strategy around.
So 5 more points realistically, because like with the free up to 5 points.
Oh, yeah.
So he drops down to 70. So I think that's a viable strategy with how much you see Ace seeing play or being bought alone, seeing the traffic. I mean, and he's not just good against Ace teams. Like if you go first and you take their archery target and you have one, boom, 2 archery targets. Now you get to take off tokens. They're slimes, if they're slime surfaces, their upper bodies. Like so, you're gonna hurt their defense by taking one, their upper body.
Yeah, it's going to throw them completely off. So we're recording this on a different day than earlier in the podcast. I think we said that ace was 110. The most recent one went for 170.
Oh, she's already up to 170?
170 is where
Again?
she's at now. Yep.
Wow, because she was at 250, dropped
She
to like
didn't sell.
110.
She didn't sell for that though, right?
It's hard to tell. I don't know if one sold for that much or not.
No, people are listing her for that, but she that was the only one that was available. But the highest one that sold when we talked originally was 110.
Yeah.
Now, a week later, it's at 170.
That's crazy.
Insane.
Yep. Let's go to McConnell Lamar. Hey guys, I'm looking forward to the CCO tournaments coming up. Are there any rulings you think we need before they start? I think the way that covering slime train markers is a good one, where if you cover them after the beginning of the turn, that does not end their duration. I think that's a big one with how many people are going to be playing the slime train marker, because originally people were just either moving it or putting something over it and saying that it canceled out the effects, which it doesn't. Logan.
And I really want them to clarify the Venom Galactus. If he's only 100 points, like, you don't choose a dial because he already has it. You picked at the beginning of the game. So I'd like that to be clarified to where he only gets to generate one per turn. I think it's kind of weird that that he's able to do two. So I'd like it clarified either way.
That'd be nice, yeah, to see that in the win. Any other big rulings though that you think that people should know? The erratas for sure, to like bolas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got to know that, because if you think it's as abusable as what it was, you're gonna have a rough day.
You can equip planets. I know that only a few people will try it, but it's something that you can do, and I think there's tons of potential with equipping planets.
I know we talked about one way earlier, which should work, but just to clarify that we're not saying that you can assign them. Do you have any other examples of ways to equip them, though? I know, to me, my hammer is the biggest one.
That's it right there.
That's it?
Yeah.
Zelmastatin should be able to, right?
Yeah, but you kill her, you have to, but you have to use To Me My Hammer to equip
her. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Other ones, though, or we try to...
Yeah, Guardsman.
That's not
Guardsman
a ruling, that's a character.
On a planet.
Oh.
I know, but what I'm saying, Guardsman can be placed on a planet.
Yeah, because you're picking someone after they are KO'd instead of, or whatever.
Yeah, yep.
We try to do the rulings as they come out, so I think just knowing where to look on the win and reading the last few entries is probably the way to go.
Yeah.
But I think the slime train marker is number one.
I think so too, yeah. Because the way it was ruled at Nationals, I'd like to see that be official. Either way.
And then his other question is, what do you expect the top 3 team types to be? I'm going to say, out of the top 3 teams, you're going to say Eternity will be on 2, Ace will be on 2, and Orb of Agamotto will be on all 3.
I think you're going to have the anti-orb team be in the top 3.
You think people are already going to be playing Black Beetle, or he has to be just kind of edged in? What?
It's Hercules and Rogue. I think that's going to be the next hotness.
Really? 175? Yeah.
For 2 attackers that can't be targeted by Eternity's placement or outwitted or perplexed or probed? Yeah.
Okay. Which would be, you can choose any equipment that you want on Rogue, right? Because she can't be targeted. Or can't be chosen, either one.
You put Animal Man on Hercules just because you get him hypersonic speed.
Yeah.
Because you get full map with those 2 on a team. Absolutely, that's worth 175 points. Seeing Hercules and Rogue right in your face, it's a lot to deal with.
I mean, you're probably talking 200 points unless you're going to go something free on Rogue. But it's still, I don't disagree, because it's shutting down what other people are spending points at trying to do to you, and you're pretty much just eating those pieces with those 2 attackers.
And it's a team that you can't really counter build.
Right.
So
you just have to go hope dice are in your favor.
It's smash and bash. Like, this is, everyone's talking about all this pulse wave. Smash and bash, baby. They go first, there in your face.
I would like to see Hercules get some play though.
I think Hercules, yeah, like you said, I think you're absolutely right with that Iconics. Well, before the one that just came out, as being like the Iconics to buy. I think you get the most out of Hercules or Hydra. So it gives you two different teams to be able to build with.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see a ton of Prime Rogue. I think you're going to see a smattering of Hadari Yao. And I think you're going to see a ton of Ace, not only to play Ace, but to counter Ace. But honestly, other than that, you'll have a couple Black Beetles. You'll have a ton of Eternity teams because he just fits on everything for 50 points. So, but I think your biggest archetype is going to probably be Prime Rogue. I think that's going to be your main attacker coming out of CCOs.
Still Prime Rogue.
Yeah, because she doesn't care about the Ace and the Orb. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The equipment doesn't matter. Like it just doesn't matter. So why not just if everybody's worried about it, why not just be honest and just play the easy button, right?
Which is most
Well,
common.
she just eats her off the map too, even with a 4 to 5 with 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to Chance McCall. He wants to know what figure doesn't get enough credit. I think one of the top ones is going to be one that Pete mentioned earlier, and that's Prime Spider-Ham. But there's a long list of people that really just don't get enough credit, and they had to kind of be shelved for so long because of juice. So I'm hoping we start seeing some of these people. I think Prime Black Panther, the one that revives, that was a piece that really should have saw some play, never did. Collector's Trove Chase Doom, only a handful of people have really done much with him. That guy, again, attacks from across the map, and there's tons of equipment that go really well with him, and he just does not see any play.
No, and he works well with Nico, so you're able to then get 6 one-shots. Because that was the one thing that was hurting him the most, was that it's his free Darkhold one-shots.
He's one that you can't... Yeah, he would be Darkhold, and I think the Darkholds were the ones that you couldn't add more of, so you just don't use that part of the trade and add other one-shots at this point, right?
Oh, never mind. No, you can't. Yeah. So it's better to use Nico for hers.
Yeah.
And then...
Which is fine. He's attacking from across the map, making minions.
Yeah, so you'll be able to use Fortify and whatnot and get the Nico one-shots that work with him because he's mystical.
Like Universal Weapon, Serpent's Crown. Serpent's Crown right there, that's one that does not get enough credit. I don't know how that one's not seeing play.
Yeah, Hercules is going to be my number one who doesn't get enough credit. Hercules is the piece that I think he's so good for 75 points. And he just hasn't seen the play that he honestly deserves.
Might be his chance or his time.
Yeah.
Pete, who do you choose?
Prime Ham. But honestly, obviously, other than Prime Ham, it shocks me how maybe it just hasn't been out yet long enough. But that 20-point freaking that lasso is bonkers on the right piece. If you can get it for free, obviously great. But even if you're paying for it, it just makes certain attackers and certain pieces so much more destructive because you park them next to somebody in the Smash and Bash era. You're like, all right, you don't have protected outwit. Oh, and by the way, now I have outwit too. So you're not doing X, Y, or Z to me, or you have no defensive power or rollout. So now I'm just going to smash you right in your face. So I think that one's going to come up big time. But I think that one just hasn't been out enough yet to really say that it's not seeing play. So
I think Ace hurts that equipment because I did like that equipment, but having Ace just negate a 20-point equipment is rough.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But yeah, it's really good. I played it a few times, and you get your points worth with that.
Let's go to...
Are you saying it's good for its points?
Oh.
It's great for its points.
All right, on to Lou Manotti. Was banning Beetlejuice a mistake? Maybe the correct choice was banning Loki and making Juice only available off the sideline. Yeah, not even close. I'm finally enjoying building again. I'm almost overwhelmed with what I can actually play now. So definitely not a mistake to ban Beetlejuice.
So I do agree with you, but I do disagree with you at the same time.
Oh,
I
God
do
damn it,
think that-
Miles.
I'm just saying, if you got rid of the batteries, like the Loki and the Kevins, him as a sideline piece is nowhere near as bad as the main force because you don't have that battery.
That's not
It's
true.
still rough.
No,
Yes.
it's not, because it's
still
in some ways it's worse. Because what people do is they go first, they call in 2 little name tokens, they take all of their free actions, and then they call them in on their second turn, and you don't get them. So they'll
They
get.
have to damage figures that aren't batteries.
It's just dumb. The
You get a
sideline was
hypersonic
even
piece
worse.
to go and get 'em.
And then there's the whole way where you were just you're building, making things colossal, putting more colossals on your team. You KO a little Red or Black or Clintar symbiote now, and then you're not damaging any more figures, and you just have a free 100-point piece.
That's where that was going to be the part of the caveat is that it. But
there's no caveat. It makes them terrible. It's a terrible gimmick.
No, that ruling was horrible. If you didn't have any standard characters on the map, he shouldn't have been able to stay on the map.
The whole gimmick is terrible.
It is. It is.
Pete, let's hear from you.
What am I like? Are we think the question was, do we think we banned Juice too quickly?
Yes.
No. He should have been gone literally a year and a half ago.
Yes.
That piece dominated 2 years of Modern. And thank God he never got played in Silver, because he would have dominated 2 years of Silver.
Right.
Well, he dominated in the few months he was in Silver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally ruined that run of states.
Listen, Beetlejuice had his day in the sun. People can say, if the problem is that there's other things that he has to exist to prevent, then the problem is that your game design and the things making it to the board are bad.
Yes.
That's not an answer. That he fundamentally changed how you had to build teams. He fundamentally changed how the game interacted. He had his time. I hope everybody that enjoyed playing him. I hope everybody that won with him had a great time.
I don't.
But it's fine. like I'm fine with him being gone.
I hope that everyone that woke up and played him later that day stubbed their toe on their bedpost first. Barefoot.
No, you gotta go further.
There's pinky toe.
You hope that their children spilled their Legos and left them there, and they had to wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and having to walk in the hall without any lights and just tripping and stepping on every Lego.
Then they fell and then went to the bathroom on themselves.
Yes.
All right, question number 2. What are your choices for best figures in Modern? I think obviously the watch list is really all of them, and Hydra. Oh, and Eternity did not make the watch list, right? So Eternity obviously is even before the watch list was Eternity. Eternity, the entire watch list, and then Hydra.
Yes. Yeah, that's
I think Eternity's the best piece in Modern.
Eternity by far. It's not even close.
Yeah. I don't think there's a piece that, just because of the ability to, if you really want to play theme, you can, and you don't need theme, and you can make him a super efficient attacker with the dummy, and you can have him do so many other things for 50 points. He's wild.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he gets every keyword, and he's a ventriloquist. Like, come on, man. Like, what can't he do? He's like that perfect person in high school where you're like, man, I hate this guy because everything goes right, and he has a perfect life. He's a quarterback. Prom king, and it's like, man, I hate this guy. That's Eternity. He's the prom king.
Do you want to talk more about that guy?
No, we're talking about Eternity, the prom king.
Okay.
I feel like we're really having a moment here. Miles,
I
is there
feel
a
like
name you want to
I feel like you got someone that you're picturing right now.
Yeah.
A few people.
Did you see them at your wife's high school reunion and make them play that weird?
Oh, fresh cuts.
Yeah.
No, I wish. I did bring my belt, though, and I made them all jealous.
As you should.
Yeah.
No, you just gaslit them into that stupid game you were talking about with, what was it? Frisbee bottle? Broom frisbee?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. was called, but it couldn't have possibly existed.
Well,
That's
it's fun.
like,
Guess what's making an appearance at Worlds?
Frisbee bottle.
Yep.
All right, let's go to question number 3. Why is Venom Galactus going to be a problem? It's looking like the amount of symbiote surfaces he can generate in a turn has to be the potential real problem, obviously. That's really all there is to it. He's just going to be shutting down entire teams. So the way that symbiote surfaces or slime markers are handed out is just, bad.
So he's doing the same thing that Kong did. And when you give them Animal Man, it's just that much dumber.
Mm-hmm.
And like it does suck to say that, like non-standard characters shouldn't get avatars. But at the same time, it's like certain ones just shouldn't. Venom Galactus is a perfect example of that. He's 100 points. Giving him Invincible is for 10 points. Stupid.
Mm-hmm.
If he didn't have access to Animal Man, he had ESD, whatever. He just dies.
Pete, what do you
I'm
think?
going to make it simple.
Okay, great.
He doesn't eat, but he skeets. And he skeets far too much. And so there has to be an appropriate yeeting to skeeting to skirting ratio. And once you unbalance any of those things, it's just chaos. And if you have one of them that you don't want too much of, it's skeeting. Am I right, Miles?
Yeah, skeeting is bad.
Over skeeting versus under yeeting and skirting.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for coming to my TED.
Truer words have never been spoken. If WizKids was to make an avatar like Animal Man, but for ranged pieces, what powers would need to be on the dial and what powers would need to be left off the dial? I thought this was actually a pretty neat question. So obviously, Battle Fury is not making the list, right?
No Battle Fury.
I think you're doing
no combat reflexes.
Yeah, so you're just doing ESD. You can keep all the defense powers. So looking at Animal Man, like I guess he asked this also: are any of the clicks on Animal Man fine for either range or close combat? I think you're at least getting 2 powers on click 1, hypersonic and super senses, and then click 5 is regen and shape change. Those aren't bad. Stealth and invincible on click 4. So, I mean, 10 points for getting any of those powers is still good, even on a range piece.
Yeah, so you would on click 1 that's good. You'd swap out blades. You don't need blades. So that's gonna be Psychic Blast. And there's gonna be no damage power. I guess you can figure out another damage power from that. Give him support. Click 2, you give it running shot. Instead of Quake, that's where it's tough. I'm trying to think of something that you wouldn't do Quake because you wouldn't have close combat expert, so that would be range combat expert. No empower. Yeah, energy explosion. Yeah, that'd be perfect. And then you could keep. I think click 5's fine. Click 4, you just replace the empower with enhancement. And then click 3, you don't need leap climb or battle fury. And then combat reflexes would be ESD. So you'd have to do trying to think
Did you give sidestep anywhere?
No, so leap climb would be sidestep.
Yeah.
And then the battle fury would be perplex or prop.
Or how about like a special damage power that grants like improved targeting, hindering, or something?
Oh, yeah, that would be good. Instead of maybe a leap climb.
For the 10 points or whatever, like it's whatever at that point because you have equipment that's the same cost, and this just gives you the ability to use it.
And you don't get dolphin.
What would you get? Flight?
Yeah, just flight. And then,
or maybe instead of getting dolphin, you just get improved targeting, hindering.
Yeah, improved targeting, hindering. Yeah.
Instead of flight and dolphin. That seems pretty even, doesn't it?
And minimum range 5 or 4 or 6.
Yeah.
So that way you could play it on a piece with 0 range.
And like, remember when he made these, he designed them after like a specific animal, but you still only, it's not like Destroyer armor where you're picking everything on there. So I mean, you can make them thematic, but you're still only picking one power anyway. Would you do hypersonic precision strike or hypersonic pensai?
Pensai.
Hypersonic pensai, because it's the exploit weakness click.
Yeah.
And then running shot, energy explosion, and sidestep precision strike.
Yeah, instead of super strength. Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
I think we definitely need something like that. Lose last question: orange juice or apple juice? Apple juice. Orange juice is terrible.
Nope, orange juice.
Ugh.
Whoa. Are you nuts?
That's my go-to breakfast drink. Is orange juice.
Really,
dude? OJ all day.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta have that pulp too, and not that I'm not talking about that Sunny D crap. I'm talking about real orange juice.
If I had to drink orange juice, I would drink the Sunny D crap.
That's not orange juice. That's
that's the closest I would
orange
do.
Flavored water.
I would rather have water than orange juice any day.
Oh, and a nice freshly squeezed citrus beverage. You're living your best life with a little pulp in there.
Absolutely.
Nah. All right, going to Mark.
But you get vitamin D.
Going to Mark. Yeah, I bet you're all hyped up on vitamin D.
Yeah,
vitamin C mostly, but yeah.
Going to Mark Bird, to the princes of the podcast, the gestures of the jibber jab, the tenacious bros of the team build. Hi. How great is it for all of us to have an official announcement on rotation plans and that extra year on sets purchased? Make those purchases feel a little less disposable on those sets that come at just after Worlds. Yeah, I don't think I've seen one negative comment about that announcement specifically. Have you guys?
No.
Well, you're gonna get one right here. WizKids, how dare you make me enjoy the game more, and how dare you make my dollar go farther, and how dare you make me not sweat it out for those summer releases that never get anything but one Worlds. What am I supposed to bitch about now?
That just sounds like an angry person trying to say something nice.
Oh, well, I guess we still don't have anybody that's upset about it then.
Yeah, I'm stuck with another year for X-Men.
Oh.
Thanks.
Oh.
There you go. You know what else you got though, Miles? On the positive side, one more year of Nort. Yeah, Nort, baby.
Yeah.
Cable stepdad. He's sticking around.
He's not mean. He's just adjusting.
Him and Gene are working it out.
Yeah.
I used to always look forward to rotation because it would get rid of a lot of those problem pieces since we didn't see things get banned or errated, but things have been getting banned and errated much more effectively and efficiently lately. So if that continues, I think this is, great. I'm very excited to play with a much bigger pool for Modern. Expectations to see Legacy Black Panther still lurking. There are a minor things that he can disrupt in the sideline, but do you think with Juice gone, people are less likely to justify playing him? No, he's still at the best of what he does, and there's still things like, I think one of the biggest reasons to play him is Ravenclaw or Ravencroft. Ravenclaw.
Yeah.
Is that
Hufflepuff?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that Harry Potter?
Yeah. No, so there's also the Space Batman Green Torch tag.
Well, most people are playing 3 though, so I guess you can just get rid of assist from another world also, right?
Yeah, get assist. Yeah, they can have 3 all they want. Get rid of assist.
Yeah.
They're gonna get rid of 1. They're gonna put 1. But if they're playing 3, like that's fine. You're like, okay, they're gonna get their green torch. It's getting the 2 green torches in a row that just completely is ridiculous.
So I think,
if you do have the damage output, it's a pretty easy 275. You can outwit him.
I can see him picking up play again, actually, more so than he has lately, because he started to drop off again. But even with Juice gone, I think he's going to see more play, affecting other stuff.
Well, all I gotta do is look at all those other one shots that have been. Is that one? that gives Eternity Dolphin and +2 defense.
Mm-hmm.
That one shot. There's Ebola still,
Which is a big one.
Ravencroft. Yeah.
It's not. Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say it.
No, spectral armor.
Hogoth.
Like that's huge. Like on a Hogoth.
And I know there's like a few people that do play. What is it? Is it Jericho Drum? Where if you KO something, then you can't make range attacks or something like that.
Improved targeting.
Improved targeting. Yeah. So that completely shuts down a lot of the pulse wave and like Hidari Yao. So he pairs really well with Hidari.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see him seeing more play.
And Prime Panther as well, because that way it's like they can't just one turn him.
Yes.
Like they're gonna have to sink in lots of attacks. So yeah, no, I think he's just as viable now as he's always been. His price point would say otherwise, but that's now the time to buy with him dropping. He's like $50 now.
Mm-hmm.
So now's the time to purchase if you don't already have one.
Pete, where do you think Black Panther lies with the CCOs coming up here and going into Worlds?
No, I think you guys are 100% correct. I think he's just as viable and just as important as he's always been. There's nothing else. The closest thing that does anything like him is 20 points more and worse.
Yes, exactly.
So, yeah,
pay
no.
20 points more and only pick one. Yeah.
Right. So I think he's absolutely viable still.
Then he asks, trick arrows appear to have dropped in favor. Do you think this is more to do with low prevalence of marksman keyword, or that there are just stronger options for equipment if paying 10 points? Usually people prefer more damage, so it saw a downtick pretty much right after the Disney Plus stuff rotated out. But they still do offer a ton of utility, that nth metal that takes away stop clicks. So, and then since it's restricted in silver, it was rarely the chosen item that someone would put on their builds. And then what was the big reason to keep playing them after rotation was to help with Spirit of Vengeance, right?
Yeah.
So once he started seeing less play too, then trick arrows saw even less. But they're still great. It's kind of like the same cases when something gets an errata, right? Where people instantly think it's not playable anymore, even though it very much is. It's the same thing with that, that because you can't do the big arrow or the too dangerous arrow, people just stop using it.
And I think one of the best arrows too is that Love is in the Air, where the hit character can't attack until your next turn. Like it does suck because you don't do damage, but like there's a time where like crap, I can't get enough attacks in this turn because my characters are tokened out or whatever. And you drop that, and that gives you a turn to then have everyone being able to attack. So I think it's more niche now, like you said, without the too dangerous or the big arrow. But I still think it's really good.
Yeah, so maybe you're putting it on like a different character, but like telling Null he can't attack for a turn or Eternity.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. Pete, what do you think about trick arrows?
I just think they're more niche, but I think they're still very playable. And I completely agree with the overreaction if something gets an errata. Like, oh man, we can't play Kong. And I'm like, why? What are you guys talking about? But yeah.
And then he went on to win Worlds that year too, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The worst Kong. Yeah. They errated him right into a world championship, as he should have been.
With rotation expanded, should the map menu go further back to Masters of Time? A lot of locals are having to borrow maps to meet the criteria here. Yeah, I've heard that complaint a lot. I know some people have said they like it, but the majority of people that have been vocal about it, really, they're just not fans of it. It just does not make sense to most people from what I've heard. What would you say the percentages
the map menu
of people
is
that like
only
it?
Well, the map menu that the players that like it are going to be very few. It's going to be the hardcore competitive players. That's who it helps.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But not even all of them, right? Like there's a handful of them that they want to be able to rein in what they're going to go up against. But again, I think it's more of a tactic of being able to, fight as second player. So I think that we need more options to help second player.
Yeah, and it was the same argument though with the pro juice players, is because it's easier to team build. So it's it's easier but it stops you from really building and everything. And like you said, with more saying that they have to borrow, like that's a tough ask.
Right.
A lot of people just don't want to borrow. Even
They
if
could
they can,
have.
they just don't want to ask.
Yeah, well, then also you only have so many maps. This isn't. I have an extra chase that I'm not going to be using. You also need those maps that are on that limited map menu, right? Not everybody has 2 or 3 of every single map. So how are you supposed to even lend that out? But, these people could have 20 maps and there's like 1 on the map menu.
So how many maps are on the map menu for Worlds again?
It's so small. Isn't it like 12 or something like that?
Would you like to know how many modern maps there are?
Tell me that, yes.
65.
So out of 65 maps, I know we talked about this earlier. What was the count of actual here? It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so 15 maps out of, what was it? 60 what? 65. So there's 50 maps that you just cannot play. So it's very reasonable that somebody owns 20 maps and the majority of them just aren't on that list. Based off even the breakdown that we went off before.
13, 14, 15, 16. And only 16 are in neoprenes. So if you want to take off the 16, you're talking 49 paper maps are in modern.
Mm-hmm. But what he's saying is the exact reason why it's not good, right? Locals are, it's not easy to hunt them all down.
No, so yeah, if you're just looking at the paper maps, like that's less than a quarter of the available maps in modern. Insane to shrink it that much for a world championship.
Pete, what do you think?
I think the map menu is far too restrictive. If you're going to go to something like this, and they need to offer some way for people to be able to just outright purchase release day stuff and other things, because if not, you are really putting some of your player base at a really huge distinct disadvantage, and that's simply not fair. I get that there's rarities to figures, but maps in some ways can be almost a more oppressive rarity.
Mm-hmm.
For the longest time, there was even on eBay, you couldn't find it for less than $45. Was the release day map from Next Phase, Bloodstone Maze. That was $45.
I remember that.
So
before that, Latveria was really hard to find. I mean, they've had a couple of these that have been like honestly, like people have paid $30 to $50 for a piece of paper.
And they go, well, that's why we would take that off the map menu, so we wouldn't have to worry about it. That's not the point.
No, if you're gonna do it, then you sell a map bundle or something. If they want to make money, if the balance is making money, then whatever. So $25 and you get every map from this year.
Well, but they're also saying you don't need to buy the play at home kits that are older than Venom. So even though we have a huge backstock about it, why buy it if they're not going to be available at our World Championship?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with an idea of the map menu. I have a problem with the execution of the map menu. It just needs to be more balanced.
But like, I've also heard that too, right? Where people are like, I don't mind it, but like, do you like it? I just don't understand the point of it to say that you can't.
I don't like it. It just is one of those things where they're changing the game state. So it's just kind of comes with changing the game state.
If first player still picked map, I'd say, yeah, I think it's needed. But the fact that first player doesn't, all it does is hurt second player.
Yeah. So go to question 5. Sneaky recent addition on HC units, something I'd asked Clay for a while ago, and likely others had too, is that now items on HC units at the very bottom of the cards tells you the source of an item, character or map. Great for vault boosters. What is a minor dream feature for HC units for yourself? I want to see them add clans. That and the like wins and overall games played. Those are the only cool things that the win does that HC Units doesn't do. Those would be mine.
Finish my team.
Like finish them like Mortal Kombat,
Yeah,
or
you put a figure.
like in
No,
an
you put a
alley.
figure and you go finish my team. And this is what I said, it's a dream. I don't think that it's really like very possible for the algorithm to really build you a competitive team. But like you can just put a figure in a team and just say finish my team.
Isn't there something like that though, where you can look up frequently added pieces or something like that? It's not identical to what you're talking about, but there is a way to kind of help that, I think.
I keep looking. I'm gonna try to build a new team right now and see if there is something there like that.
I would offer idiot proof my team as my button.
Yeah.
Like, what am I not seeing here
Well,
that's going to screw me on my own team?
Oh, that's going to be a little bit more of a deep dive then. They at least have the is my team legal?
Suggest teammates.
Yeah, where it literally pops up a little window and it's like Clay talking to me. Pete,
Come on.
you do realize that this piece stops this other piece from doing what you want. Damn it!
Yeah,
Thanks, Clay.
it has suggest teammate for
Yeah.
it, so you can paying for it.
Yeah, there you go.
What I'm saying is like it finish my team. So okay, let's take a Marvel Snap for instance. I know a lot of Hero players play Marvel Snap. You can put one card and say finish my deck, and it goes through all the decks and like what the best deck is, and it go based off of your collection, and then just puts the cards there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a good
Like
one.
I said, it's a dream. There's a lot that would have to go into to get it to work, and I'm not gonna be one of those people. Clay, you really need to have this because that's asking a little bit too much, you know.
I do like Pete's idea though. Maybe we could even get Clay's head to pop up. Like, what was it? Was it Clippy? The paperclip?
Yeah,
Yes.
Clippy.
Yeah.
I see you're struggling with the team build.
Well, I know he's against patron, but if he had like a $600, $700 patron level, then you just have him on call to help you team build.
Oh yeah.
That's the
You
only
can't- I
tier.
mean-
The only tier on his Patreon is like $750, where Clay helps you team build.
Like literally the only thing in HeroClix that everybody agrees upon, maybe like two people don't, is that H Units is awesome and Clay should probably be getting paid for this level of service on it, because there's always something it does. I'm like, oh shit, it does do that.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Well, he gets paid in smiles and thank yous.
Absolutely.
You get paid
And
Oh.
hugs. And hugs.
Yeah.
Hugs and handshakes also.
I absolutely love Clippy though. just that well coiffed hair popping up.
We can call
I
him
see
Clay.
you're doing something dumb again, Pete. Why are you doing that?
I like it. Question number 6. Animal got a big boost in Fight for Gotham City. What keywords are lacking spice that you would like to see get bolstered in the coming sets leading up to Worlds 2027? And is there a figure you just want to play, but the keyword or figure support just doesn't stack up in Modern? The keyword I want to see get some love is robots. We do a lot of keyword games like for the monthly and stuff, and that's the month that I think lacks the most is robots.
Yeah, it has not changed in a while.
It's very limited compared to all the support that we're getting from other sets. So we got a couple of new things, I guess, in X-Men with like some of the Sentinels. But still, like that's one that really needs to see a lot of love. Miles, what would you do?
I'm trying to think of a keyword that would be different than like robot, because robot's like the great answer right now, honestly.
Martial artist just got a ton of love out of Gotham. There's so many.
That was going to be one of the options.
And Animal too. That probably was second to robots, and it also got a nice big boost from Fight for Gotham.
I'm gonna go with I think I gotta go with this bad boy. Police does not get enough love. You get pieces that are great, but not enough to make a team, and we need to change that.
Okay. Pete, do you have another answer that isn't police or robots?
Next wave.
Next
wave is always the answer.
That's not always the answer. That's a terrible answer.
Stop it. Let me be great.
And then he asked about like figure or support, but I think we really get a decent amount with all the sets that we're getting. I think assassin would probably be the keyword before, but we just got a ton of good stuff in Gotham also.
Yes, I don't.
Well-
Yeah, Assassin's been getting well. Plus, with the keyword cheating with Sinestro Core. Yeah, I think robot honestly is the number one answer.
No, it's robot. I think assassin just fell into that weird thing where it just rotated out too much stuff before it got everything it needed. So
Yeah, there were some good
Again,
ones.
robot have a set like Brute did with Smash and Destroy.
yeah, Brute really was not as great until Smash and Destroy came out and just put it right up there.
Well, yeah, who would have
But
thought
robot
Brute?
is
Who would have thought Brute was going to
Yeah.
be better than robots in modern ever?
Yeah.
The majority of these keywords that are amazing now, better than
Right.
robots. But I mean, it's still really good in silver. His next question is, what is everyone's favorite dinosaur? Miles, what would you say yours is?
Parasaurolophus.
Okay.
Duck-billed dinosaur. Duck-billed dinosaur. Okay. There you go.
Duck-billed dinosaur. Okay. So I also asked Ali, what are the qualifications for that dinosaur to be your favorite? Like what? This is the exact example I gave him. What would you say if there was a jealous Saurus Rex and they wanted to know what the dinosaur has done to be your favorite?
Well, it has a really cool ability to swim.
Okay.
Which that's for one. It has an elongated reverse. I guess you can call it a horn in the back that can be used for several things. You know, making loud noises.
Uh-huh.
You know. Yeah.
Okay.
And it has a duck bill. Like that's also why a platypus is probably my favorite mammal. It's got a duck bill and a beaver tail. Like that's the one thing that the Parasaurolophus is lacking, based off of fossil records, is the beaver tail.
Gotcha. Pete, what's your favorite dinosaur?
Raptors.
Ooh, that's a good one.
What
would you say? Well, what would you say? Hold on. What would you say the qualifications of the raptor are to be your favorite?
So they're intelligent. They're dangerous in a pack. They are incredible pack hunters, and they manage to do a complete turn on a villain to hero arc through multiple major motion pictures in the Jurassic series.
Okay.
That's a good thing.
Do you think if Blue was green, he would die?
I don't even know what that means. I know Blue is a raptor in one of the Jurassic Parks.
Yes,
like
the song
Jurassic
Eiffel
Park
65. I'm blue, dobbin dee dobbin die. It's supposed to be I'm blue. If I was green, I would die.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what
I kind of thought I knew where he was going, but even Miles threw me a curveball on that one.
I would say the Ankylosaurus, actually, just because of that massive tail, and it always seemed like it would be relatively resistant to the T-Rex with its I don't know. I know it's not
belly.
Just leave his belly alone. He's got
He
that.
loves the belly rubs.
He's got that awesome back and a tail that you can whip around like a hammer. So Ankylosaurus for me, for sure.
So those would be the qualifications for what's your favorite?
Yeah, that would be the qualifications of the Ankylosaurus to be my favorite dinosaur. And then he says, welcome aboard, Austin. His last question, thoughts on a new shifting focus style ability with Wrestling Flair tag-in. Characters have this as sideline active and essentially trigger on if this character with tag-in misses an attack, you may replace this character with another character with tag-in from your sideline and turn it to the same click number as the replaced character. And if this character with tag-in replaced a character this turn, you may then... And abilities like use perplex, remove an action token from this figure. Just generally low impact stuff, no free attacks, make them unique, just something that Smash and Destroy's Absorbing Man inspired me on, but feel we missed in the WWE set. The problem with Absorbing Man, very, very cool mechanic, but it was just hard to get the to get it off, right? Where you want to...
Yeah.
And they all had to be on your sideline.
Well, yeah, and it was so hard to get off. Like get him off. That's why Titania left him.
How hard was it to get him off? Was my follow-up question.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Absorbing Man, and I think that's the reason why he actually does not get play is because it's not consistent. And when you're looking at competitive HeroClix teams, inconsistency stops a lot of things from seeing play outside of Fringe, even if it is low Fringe.
and they're relatively complicated too, where you have to be like, all right, well, if this person is in, then these things can go off. And even like when you're reading all the things he listed off here, like it sounds very cool. And I'm sure there's a handful of HeroClix players that could easily remember and do all this stuff, but that sounds like a lot to read. So I don't know.
Well, so what's going to happen is we're going to get it like a set or two where it's like this, and they're not going to see play, and they go, yeah, we need to make this better. And that's where the free attacks come in.
Oh yeah,
Like with everything else.
yeah.
They come up with something, and if they decide to keep it, then they're going to make it to where it's broken. I think the pilot mechanic is a perfect example.
Yeah. Here's Effect Terrain. Now here's Effect Terrain that does so many things for 0 points.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
Something like the Batman swap would probably be better, right? Where it's either, heal this character once or switch them with somebody that has tag Dudley Boys or something like that, right? And then if this turn they were replaced, they can use this turn. I think it just needs to be simplified, but it would be an awesome mechanic.
You make a tag in. No, they don't come on the same click. They have to be the same point values. And like you said, with like the Dudley Boys, be the same. And then you're like, oh crap, I'm almost dead. I need to make the hot tag, and then you tag him in, and then he's on click 1.
I'm just sad we never got more than one set.
Yeah. Eventually, this becomes either free attacks or they forget to put subverting in, and there's just an endless chain combo, right? That they have to run into the ground. Yeah.
Yep.
No, it's
we'll get that post.
It'd be tag in and then put a slime terrain marker under every opposing character.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I was always savvy to get multiple sets. I really think I think it's a great idea, and I mean I love tag team wrestling, so I think it's something that maybe they could revisit in the future. There are other companies besides WWE. Just saying.
They still have the biggest names for the most part. You got to think too, though, what's gonna sell, right? That might be a hard one.
Honestly, I think there's enough kind of crossover for CLIX players in wrestling, and I also think that if you have a piece that's good, it'll still sell.
Yep.
Especially the way they did it, like you could just buy the one you wanted. There was no guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
All right, our last set of questions comes from former Beetlejuice abuser Caleb Reddick. Is Ace worth the price tag she is fetching? No, absolutely not. No. We just said $175 or $170.
There's crazy. One that that has a buy it now for $295 on eBay.
Oh dang, that's a steal right there. You get it for sure. You don't have to worry about bids or anything.
Yeah. And the starting bid is $150 with 0 bids.
Oh no, you just go straight for the $295, right? It's under $300, so it seems fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Is it free shipping at least for that much?
That's a good question.
I'm checking that right now because I might pull the trigger on it.
It's probably
pull
the trigger on it. It's $295 and $895 shipping.
Yeah. Oh no, so it's $199.99 with 0 bids, and then buy it now for $289.99. There are two with $597 delivery, but there are two right now with $150. But like, I just see that buy it now. Like I have to buy it $289.99 plus $6 shipping. Yes, please. Got it.
So I have a couple of thoughts here.
Great.
Number one, instead of referring to him as, would you call him former Beetlejuice abuser?
Yes.
Can we call him in recovery Beetlejuice abuser, Caleb Reddick?
I don't know how he's recovering, actually, or maybe he's in denial. Maybe he's just thinking that, he's lost right now and he can't find it, so he can't play it. So I should
withdrawal.
ask him.
My second thought was,
How do you guys feel about things without free shipping? Because I have to tell you, there are things that I've really wanted that I have not bought as soon as the shipping cost comes up.
Yeah,
Is that just
like,
me?
It's $1, and it's
Yeah.
$9 shipping. I'm like, no.
No, like honestly, like here's a $40 item. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Then they're like $7 for shipping. I'm like, absolutely not, absolutely not, Mister. Get out of here. $7 for shipping. What is this crap?
It used to bother me
Free
more.
Yeah, and to answer the question, there's no reason that piece should be $280.
No.
So, by the way, somebody bought the HeroClix DC Royal Flush Gang Storyline OP kit
I saw that.
with Ace and Legacy for $235
That's
on
crazy.
August 15th with $9.45 shipping. So almost $250.
What a steal.
I just feel like you should throw in shipping at that point, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
it's the
should.
best offer. So I wonder what it was offered at.
Well, is it crossed off? Because if it isn't crossed off. Oh, okay, yeah. So they accepted less than.
Best offer accepted. I'm still saying $200.
His second question: do you play Ace in hopes to outwit Perplex through the Eye of Agamotto, or do you play Ace to counter opposing Ace's outwit? Yes, to both of those. That's why you have Ace on your team now.
Or you just play figures that can't be targeted by something that's not an attack.
That is another option. Option 3.
As a recovering Beetlejuice abuser, Caleb Reddick is still getting used to the fact that outwit is back and usable. So it's a great question, but both is the answer, right? And Perplex too. He's like, what are these things? What are these?
Yep.
When did this happen?
You could say that he's perplexed.
Yeah.
Oh, you could.
Losing Beetlejuice has just completely outwitted him.
Yeah, he's recovering. Proud of you, too.
All right, last question. With that being stated, how long until you miss the Beetlejuice? Not at all. The orb is still better than having Beetlejuice back.
Yeah.
I
will miss the Beetlejuice from Howard Stern.
Is he dead?
No.
Why will you miss him?
Because his videos haven't been popping up on my algorithm on Facebook anymore.
Oh, okay.
You know what Beetlejuice I miss?
Is there more than 2?
The one that got hit with the guitar by Jeff Jarrett.
That was the one he's talking about. That's the one he's talking about. Yeah.
That's the only one I missed then.
Yeah.
Mr. Slap Nuts to you.
All right, that's going to be a wrap on this one. And remember, even if you don't know what you've done, what you've contributed, or if you have the qualifications,
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for ya!
Click it!
Get wrecked, birds.
No! No!
Excuse me.
Who are you?
We're that band, Radiohead. Jeez, what a little crybaby.
You gonna cry all day, crybaby?
You know, everyone has problems. It doesn't mean you have to be a little crybaby about it.
Come on, guys, let's go. This kid is totally not cool.
Yeah, that's the most uncool kid I've ever met.
Little crybaby.
No! Wait! Wait! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yes! Yes! Oh, let me taste your tears. Your tears are so yummy and sweet. Oh, the tears of unfathomable sadness. Yummy. Yummy, you guys.